What up, what up, what up, what up, what up, people? What's crappening? What's going on? How are we doing out there? Just got back from walking the dogs. So, as usual, I am not ready. But I will be in no time flat. Definitely don't need you to be all loud there, computer. Not videos, clips. I need the clips. I need the clips. Which one was it? Was it this one I wanted to use? I know. This is, that's not it. That one I didn't have anything to do with winning that game, so I definitely. Trying to find a nice cool clip to post to the coolness. Okay. Yeah, this one. Clip it. No, pause. Cut it out, Opie. Opie, cut it out. Cut it out. Cut it out. We're not doing that. Guess who's not doing that? You're not doing that. That's right. Yeah. String clips. Ah. I just saved it under some crazy name. Stop. 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 No. This one. Rename it to Bunker Kills. That sounds about right. Pop this open. I don't need that anymore. Hit my some gmails.com. I guess I can pop that up so you guys can watch what I'm doing. And I'm just staring at my beautiful face. I know y'all don't mind staring at my beautiful face. But you know. Yeah, you know. Do that. Do this. Do IG. Video. Attach. Video. String clips. Bunker kills. This is how we do it. Oh yeah, I need some YouTubes. I need the YouTubes. I need the YouTubes. Alright, cool. Cool beaners. Alright, so this can go there. Now I gotta do it on the phone to the stuff and the junk. And the poop and the crap. My man Mercules. Actually, you know what? I'll leave that there. Just cut it out of. Do some Spotify. Yeah, what do you got? Yo, enough. Lay down and take a nap. Oh. get it. Gotta put this post together real quick. Just real quick. Real quick, gang. Filler. The microphone killer. I gotta figure out how to use TikTok so I could get edit them to some music, some effects. But it's only like 15 seconds of music or something like that. So it's gotta be short, crazy, impactful clips. Boom boom bam boom bam 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 bam. Feeling different nowadays. Some more Apex Legends today. Message. Yo, we ain't doing that. Dive right into season. Oh man, why can't I spell? Yeah. Believe the bullshit with what? What is it? Really? I'm sorry about that. I just could tell that the outside was covered in them. Just eat the outside then. We're live now. Opie, cut it out. Cut it out. Cut it out. Cut it out. Yo, hey, ho, hey, we don't do that. Where'd they do that at? They don't do that here. They definitely don't do that here. You're making me misspell stuff, Opie. What's up? What is it? What is the very center? I thought they weren't in the center. They're on the outside. Well, hold on. Come here. Come here, Opie. Okay, you can open the door. I got him. Are you not there? Okay.
This is from the very center of the cake.
Oh, so it's a giant chunk and chunk.
So it's literally like the middle of the cake is a ball of crunchies.
Get down.
It's not on the sides of it. It didn't make it to the edges. It's only in the center.
That's weird. I don't know who designed that. It's all fudge.
That's why I wanted to show you. Love you, Poppy.
Thank you. Yeah, he won't stop. I might have to punch him in his head to make him go to sleep. Alright. Now that's finally done, Opie. Finally, you can relax. My post is finally up. It's finally done. Cut it out. Cut it out. Cut it out. We don't do that. We don't do that. Where they do that at? Where they do that at? Yo. Hop down, dog. Hop down, dog. Hop down. We don't do that. You cannot wear my headset. Stop looking at it. Stop eyeing it up. It's not for you. It's only for beautiful people. And you're a beautiful dog. You're not a beautiful person. I'm sorry, pup. It's the rules. I didn't make them. I just enforce them. You know what I mean? Alright. Now that I've officially sent... Oh, what? I swear he wasn't just on. You. What up? Nothing. What's happening? Shocker. Your voice is going to the stream, so be mindful when you talk shit on people.
Okay. So don't tell everybody how much douchebags my teammates are.
No, your teammates are fine, but like when you talk about people that you know, I'm looking at you, Facebook friends. Now no one knows.
I hate that mechanic guy.
Yeah, he's a fucking jerk off if I've ever met one.
He really is.
We all know who you mean by that mechanic guy.
Oh my god. Alright, I am ready to play.
Yep, I am sending you an invito sento.
Invito accepted.
Alright. So I need 2 kills with sniper rifles in a single match. I need 3 knockdowns as Wraith, and I need to finish in the top 3. Oh, gotta do my wheel of doom. Monitor number 1. Let's spin this bitch. Actually, I should just be Wraith because I have to be Wraith, but we'll see. maybe it'll... It's telling me Watson, so I'll warm up with Watson. Going through this again. Kind of wish my monitors were up a little bit higher. I like have to look over my microphone to see the full monitor. That was up like another 10 inches. I think I'd be good. Good to go.
Goddamn microphone.
Yeah.
You just need to get some sort of like chain that you wear around your neck that holds the microphone, and you wouldn't have to worry about it.
Yeah, I thought about that. Well, they make a thing for like your phone that you can wear around your neck.
Can you ping the ship?
The train.
I'll just ping there. Our teammates should understand what that means. Yes, I mean, that's what I said. I said train. Oh god, it's not turning that way. I said shit.
Oh, this is all difficult. There's like things in the way that we have to dodge to land on it.
Yep. Somebody here.
Oh, he picked up the purple. Oh man, he's one punch. He's one punch.
Yay.
Oh, and our teammate ran away. Alright, I'm leaving. I'm gone. Our bitch ass teammate ran away. Like a bitch ass teammate does. Cut it out.
Yeah.
Cut it out.
So you warmed up?
No, not yet. Let's... looks like it's Pathfinder. It's hard to do. Yo, cut it the fuck out, Opie. You can't go out there. To do. Giving up.
Did you just turn a fan on or something?
No. Nothing.
Oh, because all of a sudden I hear like wind noise, like you're...
My AC's on, but
Sounds
nothing
like that.
changed.
Oh, it just started like, 20 seconds ago. Right before I said something. It seemed to stop now.
Yeah, I changed the direction of it.
Oh, yeah, I guess. Whatever, somehow it just started picking up.
Yo! Pull that shit again.
Is that Opie?
And I'm gonna strangle you with your leash. Gave him Benadryl, so hopefully he'll like go to sleep. My luck, it'll be like fucking Adderall for him, and I'll be like chewing off the floor.
Yeah, usually like when my dog isn't sleeping, I'll give him like half a bottle of Benadryl and then he can fall asleep pretty quick. And then you also don't have to worry about him waking up.
Oh shit! Well then I need to give him more Benadryl. I only give him one for his allergies, but here I am being a fool.
It's like dying.
There's nothing up here. I can't even get down.
Okay. All right. I have an alternator. There's a vest here too. Did our teammate leave or
He's still here.
Alright, I'm coming, teammate.
Oops, I think someone's. Yep. Oh, someone's here. Someone's here.
They're not
Shit.
killed yet. Run to his teammate.
Alright. Alright, I'm upstairs in this building. The teammate's in.
I think they killed each other.
Nice. Okay, I got an alternator. There's a Mirage somewhere that shot me in the other building. Oh, he's here.
Oh shit. Shit. I hit him once. What? How'd they kill our teammate? What the fuck? I got one of them.
Oh, my aim is fucking off. Teammate left. So I guess he was upset that he got
Oh, come on,
slaughtered
teammate.
twice.
They didn't think that we'd fucking wreck shit, and we did. What a bitch.
Yo!
There's RA-45 and an alternator.
Yeah, I
here.
just picked up a 99. Actually, you know what?
There's an energy
I'm gonna take that
mag.
alternator. I'm
Here's
leaving the
energy
99 in here
ammo.
if you want it.
Oh no, I went to Stepfire. I think I might do 301. Stick with that. I was doing pretty good with the Hemlock there. Kind of wrecking people's lives
Was
a little
there a
bit.
Havoc you said somewhere?
You need shield cells? I have. No, I had
yeah,
energy
I don't have
ammo
any
and a blue clip, but I didn't
I
have
dropped
any.
the Havoc upstairs.
Alright.
Thank you. Opie, I can't have you doing this, Bob. You're about to go live with the neighbor.
Oh, and there's a dead guy outside. That's right. Out here. There's more energy ammo. Some heal stuff. Blue shotgun bolt. Nothing really cool.
Alright, I'm gonna grab. I mean, there's an Eva here that I was using, but I only picked it up because the guy was fucking me up close quarters.
I could use some heavy, and I have
Okay.
light.
Yeah, I'm gonna come up and get that. I have heavy. Oh my god, I fucked that up.
That's only 4 bullets.
I fucked that up. Yeah, I have heavy for you. I have a blue heavy clip. I'm gonna be dropping.
Okay. Yeah, I got like 200 light. So I can give you some of that.
I don't know where that blue clip. Oh, blue clip's on the counter.
Oh, okay. You need light?
I have 79, so I'm okay. I think.
Oh, there. Take 7.
Okay, cool. So I got 100 energy and 150 light now. I should be good.
Yep, the wall's coming in. You gotta do wall stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, this shit's all empty.
I'm gonna throw a zip line to that like construction building, I think.
Okay. Sounds like shit's going down over
Yeah.
there.
Oh, there's a blue something or a purple something actually.
Purple vest.
I got it.
Oh, I was trying to jump in the window, but I did not make it.
All right, so you're above me now. All right,
Yes.
now we're togethers. Oops, smoke below us.
There's some
Oh,
shield
yeah, I
cells.
need those. Opie, you need
Yep,
to
Bernie
cut the
bitch.
fuck out, dog. Oh, there's a purple box on the train tracks right
Oh,
there.
shit. Okay.
Cut it out.
I think there's still people below us. Oh, you can't jump out of that window. I don't think I can get over there. There's some big
48.
steps over
I'll
here.
grab this heavy for you. Heavy ammo. A select fire for you. There's a longbow.
Oh, I did not make it. I have a select
Okay.
fire. People are on the bottom with
Okay.
me.
Oh, I'm just all of a sudden getting fucking heartburn.
I forgot that I had a burst gun. So I was getting wrecked holding in the trigger.
Oh my god, I have terrible fucking heartburn. All of a sudden. Oh my god.
Do you have any healths? Alright.
Oh, wall's here.
We're about to be in the storm. Oh, they're back. They're right here.
They got a gold shield.
Oh my God.
They got a gold.
No, I got it.
Alright, I need to heal and keep moving. I'm almost dead.
Alright, I'm just gonna pick up whatever I can. you have a zip line or
Yeah.
no?
Well, there.
No. Alright, I have a bunch
Yeah, I'm gonna
of
need some shield
heals.
cells.
Yeah, I have some shield cells. I have like 6.
Oh, I have 3 actually, so
And
I
then-
only need 1 actually. So. Oh my god, I don't know why my chest hurts so bad.
Wait, you said you had how
I had
many?
3, so I only needed 1
Oh, right.
to get the full.
Well, I still have 2 small ones
Okay.
and a big one. So,
I'll take those then. Thank you.
and there's a syringe, and one behind you.
Thank you.
Alright. Ready to wreck some shit.
Yeah, I'm gonna try. Oh my god, I might have incredible chest pain right now. It's like actually going like through my body. It hurts on my back too.
I just realized
Oh,
my
there's
daily
people over
thing's 3 caustic kills. Man. Got it.
I just saw
Oh
somebody.
shit, yeah, there is.
Oh, it's 70% for a zip line. Oh, they got a drone scanning us. Oh, we're getting sniped from over there.
We're getting sniped from far away. Shit, I'm still
They're
getting
up top
sniped.
there.
Shit. Oh, they're up on that thing. Alright, I'm shielding up, and then I'm rolling out. Do you have a thing?
Not yet. 97%.
They're trying to burn me. Alright, do you want to just run past them?
Yeah.
Get shit out of us. Oh, now there's somebody. Now I'm getting shot from multiple angles by different people. Let's just get out of here. This is a bad situation.
Yeah,
Are
I'm
you
trying
running
to.
away
There's
with
a guy between us. I'm shooting at him.
Oh, is there?
Yeah. Just keep going. I'm coming. Oh, yeah,
Some zip
I
moves,
zipped right
cool
into your
things like
gas,
that.
and that slowed me down a whole lot. Oh, somebody just was just.
No,
Yeah,
sorry,
no,
I had to
I
get
went into it for
cover.
cover as well. And I realized it was gonna slow me down.
No.
Yeah, somebody just got brought back in front of us. Saw respawn shit.
Alright, we're surrounded by at least 1 squad, maybe
Yeah.
2. We should probably get out of here, so
Yeah.
know where we are.
I got
Just
a
also
zip
here.
line.
Just so we have. Okay, you think they can still see us? Maybe. Yeah, we should probably try to work our way around somewhere. Maybe. Oh shit! There's somebody right there.
Oh yeah.
To the left.
Oh shit, there's somebody behind us too. Fuck, I'm fucked up. Yeah, same here.
Oh god. Alright, let's roll
Yeah,
out.
this is
I
not
need to
good.
go up. I don't know if I- Do a zip line. Zip forward if you got
Yep.
a thing.
Let me catch up to you. I'm literally one shot.
Oh yeah, you are. Shit, well we're doing pretty good staying alive, but I feel so myself. Alright, so
I'm gonna go over here and
I'm gonna run out of stuff
Yeah,
feeling
same here.
myself. I wasn't sure if we were gonna make it out of
I
there.
didn't think so. Do you have any shield cells to spare or not?
Nah, I literally used my last one. I was select fire.
Oh, there's a
Prowler.
Spitfire and a bunch of heavy.
Oh, is that a prowler? Oh, no.
Actually, I'm gonna switch.
Oh, I found
I don't
shield
have a lot
cells.
of. I'm
I
grabbing
found
this
2
heavy.
shield cells.
Yes,
Here,
I
do you
do.
need them? Alright, there you go. And then, do you need
No,
a
I
syringe
have
too?
five.
You need a
I have
syringe?
3
left?
syringes. Give 'em.
Ooh, here's
Not
some
bad.
orders. You have 3, and then pick up them 2.
Alright. Cool.
Blue knockdown shield. There's one here if you need it.
Yeah. I'm actually gonna swap for this RA-45. Give me something that shoots faster. Since everything's gonna be close range.
See if there's anything in this little bitch right here. Ooh, a prowler. Fuck you.
OP, shut up. Lay down. You're giving me indigestion, puppy.
Alright, there's so do you have 0 shield cells?
Yeah, 0. I also could use light ammo. I have 88, so I have enough for the fight, but...
There you go, there's 51.
You?
Is that your main or
Main.
secondary?
Well, I just picked up a Spitfire, so I guess it could be my secondary now.
There you go, there's one.
Do you have enough? Can you spare it? Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm alright.
Thank you. 'Cause, yeah.
I have the prowler. But I feel like most of this shit's gonna be like
Alright, here, do
close
you need
range
more
shit.
heavy bullets then?
Yeah, I could use some.
I'll do that.
Nice.
Oh, I hear some shots. Like southwest of us, like up that way somewhere.
You want to set a zip line up there, or can we climb?
Climb, but I can set a zip line.
Oh, what a... I never even noticed that. You go up in the mountains and shit. Somebody's over there. On top of
Oh,
that
yep.
shit.
Then they got a fucking charge rifle that took away all of my fucking shields. Now I'm out of shield cells again.
Oh, there's a zip line here. Did you set that
They
off, or
set
they
it off,
set
shoot
it
at
off?
us.
Oh, let's zip up higher. Oh, that's where it's going anyway. Oh, and this shit hasn't been looted yet.
Nice.
Oh, let me,
This is pretty awesome. I didn't know we could get this high. I feel like I was this high
yeah, I didn't
in
I
like
didn't know you could
on
do
like a
this.
building rooftop, and it was telling me I was out of bounds. But like,
here, I'll give you, I need to use one of these. You need
no,
a shield
actually
cell?
just pick some up. So I have 2.
Okay.
I only went to this first bin here. I don't know if there was more past this or not. Oh yeah, there's 2 more. Bunch of energy.
Oh, there's more bins. Oh, somebody's up here.
Grenade. I can't see. I can't see shit.
She's almost dead. This lifeline. Ah, yeah, there's. I was just seeing how many arrows were on my screen. Lit up.
Yeah, I was just trying to shoot where you were pinging.
How'd they not set off my gas traps, though? I figured when they came up, they would have set off the gas
Yeah,
traps.
I don't know.
I hear footsteps. They're coming. Are you in a dead end or can you jump off?
Oh my god.
Not bad for warming up.
Damn. Almost 1,000 damage. 4 kills.
Yeah. wrecking shit, bro. My gay-ass teammate that bailed. They didn't think we'd take out that squad.
They were probably just embarrassed. They were like, oh my god, I died twice in a row. Oh, I'm the worst. I can't even show my face. Oh. Looks like I'm Bangalore for this match. You gotta lay down, puppy. You're tired. You're very, very sleepy. Very, very sleepy. Oh, you know what? We had some banging ass chicken parm for dinner. I bet that's what's killing my chest.
Yeah,
I'm gonna go take some.
probably.
Get down. Get down. You're staying down.
No.
Get in. Get in.
How about there?
Alright, I'm here. I'm back.
Alright. Teammates abandoning
I mean,
us.
what else is new?
That's pretty swell of them.
Can't wait till somebody we know gets on. Monkey won't be on, he said.
We're inside the next one.
But Ram might be, Zero might. Opie, I don't got nothing for you. I know you smell the stuff on my breath, but it's not food.
I need a vest if you
Alright.
see one. Found one. I have an
there's a prowler
alternator.
there. Oh, should I actually, you know what?
I try my luck with the
Alright.
Milwaukee game.
Yeah, because I had a P2020,
Oh, yeah,
so I'm like,
fast
as soon as I said, I'm like, actually, I would like to drop my P2020 for it.
Right.
But since you didn't want it, that works out swell. Oh, that's weird, bro.
Oh, enemies are shooting at you.
Damn, okay. He's taking down at least
Alright,
two
let's
people.
take this rope around.
Yeah.
Did he?
He said,
Oh, he has 3 kills. Damn, he's the new kill leader. Guess he
yeah,
doesn't
I
need
guess
our
we
help.
better
Well, fuck you, damn
go
bro.
try to keep up with the Robits. Robits. He don't even know bits. Oh. Someone's shooting at me from over there, I think. They're shooting. I don't know if they're shooting at me.
Okay. We'll find something cooler. Oh, there's double tap.
I might give that a go round this round, girl.
The triple tick here. I have an energy
Yeah, I'm
bag.
using a charge rifle. I feel so I will take.
I need a bag also. I need another
Okay.
bag. That teammate is joining us. So people were here.
Maybe it was teammate.
Rings next door. 45.
Ring next door, 45.
What the hell just happened? I hit the jump at it and it's like I hit a ceiling that was like 2 feet above my head and it slammed me back down.
I don't know.
Three buckshot and a single triple clip.
What gun did they just
I
ping?
pinged the
Or you just
Mozambique.
pinged? Alright.
Wingman here.
I hear footsteps. Yep. I'm missing all my fucking shots.
Oh, I would have had him. Teammate fucking jumped in front of me like a bitch.
Oh, it didn't let me fucking take the zipline. There we go. Good fucking shit. Thank you, teammate. I'm like literally one hit again, and teammate like came to my fucking rescue. Oh my god, it's so crazy. I ran like a bitch, and he charged in. And I mean, maybe you had part in it too, but I hear him go, "Enemy down," like a bitch.
Oh, I did like 100 and probably like 40 damage to him with my hemlock from far away. And teammate stood in front of me as I was like shooting the last shots that were gonna kill him. I was like, "Brump, brump," he's almost dead, and then teammate's like, "I'll just stand in front of you while you're aiming down and say shooting."
Oh yeah, thank you.
All right, yeah, I have a med
Yeah,
kit. Oh, they gave
I
me a
need
med
shield
kit.
cells too. I haven't found anything.
I can give it to you.
Thank you.
Only 4.
Taking a minute. Catching up.
There you go.
Thank you.
Give me a second. Recharge your shields.
Alright, here we go, here we go. It's go time, mother fudgers. Fudge sandwich time.
What the hell's wrong with my jump pads, man? That one didn't work
I don't know, I
either.
was able to jump on it. I don't know.
Maybe I'm hitting them too soon? I wasn't even running fast, though.
Maybe.
The wall's
Okay.
coming in.
Yeah, I don't throw mine down like right in front of me. I throw, oh yeah, you said. Oh, they dibs the energy ammo? Oh shit, being shot at from like
Always better than iron sights.
that way. Oh shit, somebody's right on me. Somebody's in this building.
Hostile. Danger close.
Oh shit, there's 2 people over here. What the fuck, man? This is crazy.
Where's the
There's
other guy?
2
Oh,
by my
behind
body.
me. Ah! What the fuck? I don't even know where he came from. God damn. Yeah, I think there's multiple squads.
Alright, I'm gonna put away the wheel for a little bit. I'm just gonna play Wraith because I need to, and she's one of my
Wraith.
go-to characters. So I need to limber up.
No.
Oh, and I just got a new tracker for her, it looks like. I didn't get a chance to look at it, but... Opie, you need to relax, dog. You need to chill the fudge out. I know you're probably freaking out because you don't know why you feel funny, but it's just Benadryl, puppy. Why is it so hot? It's actually getting warm. It's done this a couple times before. When I was in the old room, where like it would just like not be cooling, and I have no idea why. The temperature cooling actually.
Wait, you turn the air conditioner on and it makes it hotter in the room?
Sometimes it's like it doesn't.
That sounds horrible.
It's like it doesn't. It's like air conditioned part of it doesn't engage. It's a compressor or whatever. It just blows air, but it's,
Did you put your air conditioner in backwards?
yeah, it's, I mean,
So it's making it colder outside?
yeah,
and
I have it
keeping the heat
facing
out
the
in your house?
wall. It's really weird. I
Oh,
have
that's
I have the
what it
hose,
is.
I mean, up here going right into my mouth, and I have it facing the wall. Isn't that how it's supposed to work?
Well, there's your problem.
So you're saying my problem is I voted for Obama. That's what you're telling me.
That's what it is. What are you saying? All people that vote for Obama try to kill themselves with
No, that's
air
what you're
conditioner
saying.
fumes?
That's what
Is
you're
that
saying.
What you're saying?
I'm just saying it's hot in my room.
Sounds like that's what you're saying. Are we doing the blue or
Uh,
past it? I can't really tell. Oh, it's our teammate. Oh,
He
I'm way
pinged-
ahead.
yeah.
I guess blue.
Yeah,
I'm gonna land
blue.
over here.
He pinged.
Oh, there's these little rooms up top.
Oh.
I'm gonna land in one.
Teammate
Purple
put me in one.
backpack, yeah.
I think he was trying to like
Nice.
knock me off so I wouldn't follow him. But he put me in a room. Hey, Grim.
Trying to knock me
Yeah,
off the
man.
road. Yeah, I got a fucking 2020.
If
There's a
I don't
blue
know if you
hat
can get
in
over here. There's
Two blue
there's
hats.
some guns
think
over
so.
there.
Right? Why wouldn't I
I
be
don't know
able
because
to?
we. Oh, nice.
Oh, I did it. I'm the man. I'm
there's
the
a-
man. Oh,
There's a
another
Spitfire. I'm
2020,
dropping the
that's-
ammo for it.
Oh, okay. That's a
Oh,
lot
here, hold
cooler.
on. Hold on here. Take this, and I'll take that alternator.
Cool. Let's do it. Oh, teammates on the
Shut
set.
up, Opie.
Shit.
You can't have chocolate. Go lay down.
Where are they? They are
Yeah.
so far away. There's a whole squad down here. You see them? Oh, I did not mean to jump
I just
off
threw a
there.
fire grenade at them. Ooh, and I just
Go
knocked
try
one.
to save teammate.
Another one's burning by the wall.
Nice. Alright, I'm coming
Alright.
in.
They're down.
One squad closer to winning. Ultimate accelerant here.
Where's the squad that was fighting the squad?
There's 4 boxes here, so I guess. Yo, cut it the fuck out, dog.
Body shield here. Level 1. Prowler SMG here.
I'm gonna have to drop this energy because I don't.
I only have 20 light bullets.
Yeah, I
It's
can
not
give you
heavy,
some light. I only have like 30 energy.
Need to recharge my shields.
The train's here. We could probably hop down and go.
How many kills
I
did
got
you get out
two.
of that? One?
Actually, I could switch to heavy. I have some heavy bullets on there.
The train is the way I was running. Oh, it's a train. Can you guys catch it?
Probably.
Picture it now.
It's all empty.
Yeah, but it'll start moving. We could take it to the next place. Oh, no. I forgot.
No, I'm jumping off the train.
Somebody's here.
Making contact with enemy. Taking shots.
I missed. I gotta run and hide.
I'm like blowing myself up.
Nice.
Got him. There's a charge rifle in there.
Oh, there's a.
Oh my god, there was 3 Phoenix kits in there. I picked
Let
up
me
2.
do one of those. How many
I don't
more?
want 2. Take-
Not a whole
You know what?
lot.
I have room, so I'll take the other
Okay.
one.
I'm gonna shower, but I'll get that for him.
Okay. Oh, there's 3 more Phoenix kits in here. I got it.
Remember that, Frank?
God, where the hell did they get all these bitches? So now I have 3 Phoenix kits.
Yeah, I have
and
2.
you have
There's
2,
a third
right?
one there.
Man, how the hell do they have so many Phoenix
I don't know.
kits?
Opie, cut it out, dog. You need to just relax. It's fucking bedtime.
You all's coming in. Probably start working our way in.
Okay.
Oh, there's a thing, but I want to check.
Oh, there's a blue box over there.
I didn't realize
Oh,
that.
that's a shotgun bolt.
There's energy
Oh,
ammo.
I'll
White
pick it up
shotgun bolt.
for
More
later.
energy. Did our teammate have a Phoenix
Yeah,
kit?
yeah.
I have 3. I thought I was only carrying 2. I definitely
Yeah,
don't
we'll
carry
drop
3
it.
around.
Take it.
I mean, I guess I
I'll
can
take-
for now, but yeah, I need.
It
room
happened
for
again.
ammo.
I was actually just about to say, like out loud, like, oh, I could use that, but I'm like, I'll ping it, and it
Likely story.
happened again.
Oh, there's a box over here too. Oh, the wall's like really fucking close now. We're close to being in now.
Something on your nose, dear buddy. Okay, take that from me. Okay.
So how are you on heavy ammo?
I'm gonna show
Okay.
135 and I have 69 light.
Okay. So you need light over heavy. Alright.
Yeah, cause I'm maining 99 because I don't have a select fire.
Okay. What? 2. I just fed him.
Oh, I missed my fucking bounce pad.
I just put food in his dish. Oh, here, you need light, you said? Oh, wait, I didn't mean to
Yeah.
drop all of that. There.
Thanks. Let's see, what can we get rid of?
Teammates right behind you. Teammate just snatched one box.
Dude. Did they?
I think they just picked up.
They snatched both of them.
There, they gave you one.
They dropped 46, so the last box only 20. How much did you drop?
60 maybe?
Oh, so they
yeah,
gave me almost
drop-
all of it. I was okay with splitting it with them, but then after they took both boxes, I punched them twice and then they gave me
Oh, I'm gonna grab
46.
the Spitfire actually. Replace this Havoc.
Ring's not too far. 45 left.
Yeah. I
Are
went
you
up to the
zipping?
roof.
Well, zippity doo dah to you.
Energy ammo here.
Zippity doo dah to me, motherfucker.
Yeah, zippity fucking doo dah. I found
Yay. Now there's a whole bunch of like energy ammo. Like,
I'm dropping 6 syringes. There's 6 of them
On the
right
roof?
there. What I just painted.
okay.
Oh, there's some stuff in there. You gotta get to it.
I can definitely use that too. So I gotta drop something for them. Oh no, I don't. I have room for them. I have room for some. I guess I'm committing. I'm dropping all my energy. Committing to my guns. Fuck the world. Fuck the world. I don't care.
I just maxed out on heavy ammo. I finally found enough.
Alright. I could use that light mag. I could use both of those actually.
What was that, a
Yeah.
white one?
Oh, actually, yeah, I'm gonna swap this alternator for this 301.
Oh shit, yo. See that jump I
From up
made?
top.
I did fast mode, and then I slid and jumped from up there over to here.
I can do that too.
Body shield here. Level 2.
No, I can't.
Heavy ammo here. Power SMG here.
I just heard some shots. Oh, I see explosions.
Right,
Let's go this way.
okay.
And there's shots this way. Like towards you guys.
This way.
Or at least from me towards you guys. I don't know exactly what.
Sounds like it's up behind that blue shit or something.
Oh, right here. Right here.
Yeah, we're definitely getting really close. We can hear it.
Broke their shield. One down. Damn, boy.
Whole squad's down. We made the right choices.
Damn, did you get both those
Yeah.
kills?
Gotta hop up here. Triple
Damn, bro.
Oh, do they have a better bag? No, they don't. Yeah, there's 2 med kits here.
I have 3. That should be enough. Our teammate's just along for the ride. He's not even doing anything. He didn't even kill anybody yet. I don't even think he shot anybody yet.
Yeah, I should do double leg. Right? No, because I have. Do they have another light clip?
Oh, was there any use sights in the box? I didn't know. A circle.
Yeah.
Right now I got one.
I have
to
I
twos
have
on both
one.
my guns.
I have one
Nah,
use
I don't
sight
see that.
on me. So and hey, are you at this box?
Well, if you want a 1 to 2 for
Yeah.
you, I'll do that. I'm right here.
Ready? There you go. Actually, I'm gonna take this circle sight over that 1 to 2.
optics here. Close range.
Actually, I'm gonna heal up with a Phoenix kit, even though I don't really need it. Just because they take forever to use. While I got the time.
Yeah, I'm not gonna be able to use it in the next battle. That's for sure. Oh, where's that teammate? Oh, like out fighting people and shit.
Oh, they're being sniped from up there.
Oh, they get sniped.
Yeah, I don't like this, like charging into them while they're sniping at us.
Well, yeah. Can we get to the outside and creep on these snipers? They're
I'm
probably
trying to
pussies.
edge the circle.
They're sniping. Alright, here. I got a bounce pad.
Okay, where do we gotta go? I'm not even sure where they are now.
See them? They're up there.
Oh, they're so much further than I thought.
Here are their sights. I think someone's targeting me.
I thought they were like up on the. Oh, they're right here. Oh fuck! There's 2 of them up there. Fuck.
Up
Yeah.
on that thing is more, yeah. Damn, I heard that they nerfed the aim on the 301 and they definitely did. Oh, you're a fucking box? Oh, damn, I can bring you back.
I'm right there. No, they're about to run off the cliff. Yeah, that one's probably safe there.
Come over here, teammate.
Alright, cool. So if I can get to my box.
There's people back there. Somebody just used the other respawn.
Can we get back to my box? Is that possible? I'm not even sure which way that was.
There's a hemlock here. I give it some
Yeah.
ammo.
Oh, I'm being sniped at.
Yeah, your box is right over in the sniper's view. Let's go this way. Yeah, it's probably safer.
I got a hemlock and a Mozambique. Yeah, no shirt, no hat. Oh, I'll
Shots from
take that
behind
shit.
us.
Take this Mastiff instead. Oh, that's a new call out for her. Oh, I think my box is right over there.
Listen, let's move here.
Oh, I thought we hopped on your jump pad and came up here. No?
Somebody's in there. That's what I'm looking at. Yeah, we should probably stalk these people. There's two of them.
Somebody else is using a charge rifle at them. Hold on, let me try to get a vest here.
You guys both went all the way up. You were so far away. I didn't even realize how far away.
Rings not too far. 45 left.
Shit, you went down?
Yeah, baller did.
Well, she literally just said it's just the two of us. Right before I said something.
That's because I just turned into a box. And teammate didn't even fucking come help? What the fuck? What a bitch.
No.
Oh man. You're like one more hit
I
away
know.
from killing them. Teammate, what the fuck you doing, bro? Pink, come here for him. God damn. They're gonna die in storm, probably. I just said get out of storm.
Oh
You're
shit,
gonna die
I
in
forgot how
storm,
strong
dude.
this
What
was.
is that?
At least I killed those.
Oh man. Yeah, at least you got him. Damn, 6 kills, nice. But they would have died in the storm anyway. You would have got the point.
Yeah,
You didn't even have to run in.
but I needed your banner.
I'm not really looking forward to watching our teammate.
No, yeah, they're about to lose.
Okay, well at least he's going. Yeah, now he'll take on fucking 5 people
wouldn't
by
help me.
himself, but he wouldn't fucking help us take on 1 or 2 with his teammates. Like what a fucking, like what is, it makes no sense to me.
I agree.
Just die already. Alright, well I gotta go to the bathroom, I'm just gonna cigarette. I'll be back,
Alright.
right? Alright.
Why would he give me a 2020? Even a Mozambique skin I would have been happier with. Even a legendary or an epic fucking shit show. Ba-ba-ba-ba-bum. Yeah, let me sit all these Jones out. Cut it out. Nobody wants to hear you bitch and moan like a bitch and moaner. You know what I mean? Stop. Stop. You don't need to be up here. Right where you are is fine. It's fine. Right where you are. I'm already petting you. I can't pet you more. You know what I mean? Do you know what I mean? Do you know what I mean? Answer like dog. Do you know what I mean? You know what I mean? No, stay down. There you go. Good puppy. You get petted when you're on the ground. Good boy. Stop. We don't do that. Famo. That's not what I'm trying to do, man. I'm trying to set this up so I can read the comments. I don't need to really see it. Wish there was a way I could. this? Does any of that classify as editing video? I just need to be able to hit the clip button. There we go. That should work. That should be good. That should. Cool, 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 cool. This is probably all of season 3, and nobody really cares. I don't really want to see it. Kills, games played. Season 1 damage. I barely used Gibraltar. 7,000.
Yeah.
Yo, what's happening?
What up?
No thing. So I need games played unlocked. And damage, maybe? I don't know, we'll see. Maybe nothing. Play now. Problems. Red Sun 21.
I got kicked to the dashboard.
So then this probably won't work. Oh, send me an invite when you get theirs. And I'll be
No.
like, sorry, Red Sun. I'm out, dog. Peace. So his stats, I have for Watson. I have kills and season 2 wins up there. He has kills and season 2 wins also. He had 23 kills, 0 wins with Mirage. I had 27 kills, 0 wins with Watson. So we're like almost twins. He's probably like, oh, finally somebody who gets it. Diving straight down to get in a fight and hopefully get a couple kills before it's time to call it quits.
You're in my lobby still, so you can just exit.
Okay. Well, the lobby might be messed up. So you should start a new one.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Come on, is anybody here? Anybody here? Anybody here?
Oh yeah, so rank did take us down a whole
Yeah, Monkey was telling me.
like medal and a half. Yeah, so now I'm down at like bronze 2. I guess you're bronze
I
1.
haven't checked yet.
Because you're almost gold 1, right?
Almost gold 4. I was silver 1. So I'm probably like
Oh, yeah,
bronze
that's
3. I'm bronze
Yeah.
4.
Did I say
yeah.
1? Yeah. If I'm 2, you're probably 3. Wait, you're 4? I think I'm bronze 2.
Bronze.
Yeah, I'm bronze 2. So I thought you'd be bronze
Bronze
3.
4.
Because I was gold. Yeah, so you were 1 level below me.
Yeah.
Now you're 2.
I accepted your thing. Why did it not?
Oh, you know what? I was almost. Here, I'll send them. I was almost gold 3. So maybe that's why. Maybe it just subtracts a certain amount of
Probably.
points.
And it's 300 points to get from bronze 4 to bronze 3. That's crazy. But the point system's different. 300.
400?
So I'm at 300 points. I need to get 600 to enter bronze 3. And Monk.
Oh, no. Now, when I looked at Rank League, it said 2. Yeah, it says I'm bronze 2, but do you see a bronze
Yeah.
4 under my name?
Next to you it says bronze 4, but then it also says bronze 3, like looking at the league. So I guess. Oh no, that's telling me how close I am to bronze 3. I'm an idiot.
When I click the thing over, ready up thing, it says your current rank is bronze 2. There's obviously a bronze 4
Hold on,
symbol.
where does it tell you that? You're
above my
ready up?
character.
Right.
Bottom left. Triangle for ready, where you click to change from ranked or not, or above that, it has your rank.
That's not your rank. That's how many points you need to get to the next rank.
No, well, when you click that thing, it says bronze 2. I click it and it says rank leads.
Oh,
Your current
it's gonna
rank
be a
is
whole-
bronze 2. Same
Okay,
thing that
it
it
says your current rank is bronze 3.
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't know that could be clicked for a whole thing.
Oh, so yeah, I don't know why both of us have 4 symbols. So yeah, you're 3. I figured you'd be 1 below me. Makes sense.
Some match. Okay, so yeah, so Monkey was talking about this. So kills and assist. Hold on, kills and assist multiplier. So coming in 11th or better, or 11th or worse, it's 0 points for placement, but 10 points for each kill or assist. If you get top 10, so it's 9 or 10 place, you get 10 points for placing, and then 12 points per kill or assist.
Oh, now it's not top 5 or top
Right.
10. Now it's 9 and 10, and you
Right,
get more
for each
points
kill.
also.
So that's interesting. And so silver costs 12 points to play, gold's 24. I guess platinum is 36, diamond is 48. And predator, which I'll never reach, is 60.
So you get the same amount of points for kills or assists?
That's what it looks
Is
like.
that what that says?
Cut it the fuck out. You have peanut butter in your bone. You have food in your dish. You're good
My
to
name's
go.
Opie.
Like, he's not even like crying at me like, hey, I gotta go out. He's like crying at the door like, hey, I wanna go fight Chibs again. What's up, mate?
He's like, yep.
Do you gotta poop? Is that what it is? Do you have to poop? I'll take you out there for this game. But you have to be quiet or else you'll get the hose again.
I put the time in. I've earned my stripes.
Be quiet or you get the hose again. Look, that guy's full. Get that. Oh shit, I gotta be Wraith. It's a daisies.
Whoops.
So I've been noticing some days are just like nobody comes in to stream. And
Yeah.
definitely today's one of the days. So maybe I need to switch off Wednesday.
Touchdown here.
There's nothing over there. You can pick somewhere else. That's what I was saying,
Yeah.
where I went. See all those yellow things? I went to the very edge. There's one bin at the very edge, and you have to run all the way in until like you can find something else. Just like nothing out there. Teammate keeps wanting to drop in like the middle
Yeah.
of nowhere.
I figure we can hop the train once we loot there. What's the name of that place where we're going? Oh, you detached. You can't look either.
First blood. Tastes like victory.
Yeah, I don't know. Damn, I don't know if I'm gonna make it. Oh man.
Oh boy, next ring's far.
It was cool. This whole little setup. Never been here
And I'm
before.
in there. Here's a look at this railed train. It's actually derailed train. I don't know why I said disrailed train because it's not a thing.
You can beat this route if you wanted to beat this route.
Oh, there's a 99 over here on me. In the same, it's like right here.
Yeah, I read that they were nerfing the 99. Pretty
Yeah,
sure they
they-
did.
Made the recoil worse, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, the alternator like has almost no recoil.
Wait, where did you say the
I was
99
like two
was?
floors
I
down.
thought it was over here. Disappeared.
Shit. Give me a second, I'll find it again. It's in the building I'm in.
Okay. I'll take the steps. Oh shit. There you go.
Oh, nice.
Do that shit. Oh, you were so close to it, but you missed it.
Yeah, the 99 is in.
Purple and a blue one there.
Oh,
I found it. I found it. It was right by that vest that I pinned.
oh yeah, I ran across the roof. I forgot I did that. What? Could've sworn it was just. Oh, so that like rope took me up to like a fucking skip the second floor? What just happened here?
You have to jump
I
off
did,
the rope.
but it took me. I jumped off on the next thing, and it was like on the floor above it. What? I guess I missed it. Could have sworn I jumped off on the next floor. If nuclear pizza, I feel like we played with this person before. That sounds really familiar.
I can't place it. A lot of games I don't even look at the names, honestly.
Fuck, how do we get out?
But yeah, so the keys, those things that we blow
If
up,
it's gold.
the flying robot things, when they're red is what
Oh, really?
I said.
Somebody was saying, I've never seen them go red.
Yeah.
Someone said they're gold.
I don't know. That's just what I read today. Could be wrong.
I mean, maybe. I've never seen it go red, so it might be like that. Ultra rare.
Storm's coming in.
Okay, so there's a vault there. There's also one right to the south of the train yard in that little S-curve cave. Oh, we're playing ranked?
Yeah, no,
I remember
we're
I was looking at it. I
ranked.
didn't know that we were actually playing it. Okay. Game face.
So far, we are.
Okay, I got something for you, teammate. Oh, gotta go. Should I put the 3X on it? I think I'm gonna go 3X on it.
Teammates, they just did blew himself up with gas.
Just told that caustic where we are. Oh, there's a blue death box in here.
Yeah, that's why I was
Oh, was
pinging
it?
all that stuff in. Oh, no, that's a different one. I pinged one that was on the ground. Was there a battle
No.
stabilizer in there?
I pinged the
don't
blue
know.
one when we were running through that big building.
Yeah, by the time I saw he pinged it, it was far back in the storm. I couldn't get it.
Teammate just straight running away. No barrel mods in here. Alright, I'm gonna call my drone out.
Yeah.
10 seconds. Things just got
We got an open door there. This isn't open yet. And there's no box or no barrel stabilizer in there. Oh yes. Needs that.
What?
The hop up for my flatline. Nice.
Ah. Oh, I never picked up that select fire, did I?
And then we got some bins over here that aren't looted yet.
This whole area down here. Oh, wait, one door is
Alright, I'm
open.
gonna run and get safe and I'll throw my drone and go open those bins and see if there's a barrel stabilizer in there. Oh, you guys are already up here. Never mind. Probably don't need that many ammos.
Thanks.
Somebody's on the train, I think. Yep.
You see where
just
on the
zipped
train?
off.
Are you shooting
No.
or people shooting at you?
Neither. I wish I could like teleport to my drone. That'd be fucking sweet. He zipped off when it was going like over the bridge.
Is that a drone? That's not yours, right?
Yeah, yeah, that's me.
Is that your
yeah, that's
drone?
me.
That is your drone?
Yeah, if you're scanned by it, you kind of light up like Bloodhound's thing, like an orange thing. So I think their drones are actually orange as well. Broke his shield with 2 shots from the flat line with this hop up. That's cool.
Yeah. Alright, I'm going for it.
Shit, alright, I'm shielding up. I'll be down in 1 second. Someone's got that charge rifle.
Alright, I'm almost dead. I should probably just disappear. Yep, I'm just fucking dead.
fuck, I couldn't get away fast enough. Fuck.
Teammate just ran away. They went somewhere else completely, not even where these people were.
Yep.
I'm right back.
Boom, 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 boom. Welcome back to the party channel. Word party.
Yeah. Actually, I gotta be right back again.
This is your champion.
What the hell is that thing? Can you go in there?
That looks like the fuel depot.
Looks crazy.
Me
I haven't been there
neither.
before. Do you land on
I'm gonna land on top
or
and see
below?
where the highest entrance is. No, it doesn't look like you can get in up top. This looks like it's built into the mountain. Now I'm just using my boot rockets to come down super fucking slow.
Same here.
People? I
Alright,
got a
let me
prowler
find
for
a
you.
gun. Got standard stops for days.
Oh, also I noticed
we
with
go.
this new thing, attachments.
I found
Okay.
a flat line. The second gun that lies on the beach. I just found it now.
Attachments switch guns when you, like, if you drop a gun, exchange it for something.
Where you at? Here, take this. Come in this room.
Oh yeah.
Where did you see people? And then we're saying
Attachments switch
attachment
guns. You know how, like, we always complain that they didn't. If you have like a whatever, a 2 to 4 on a 301, and you're picking up a RE45. Here, I'm dropping this Prowler. Okay, I'm dropping a Prowler for this Hemlock then.
Alright, yeah. Okay. Let's keep this flat line.
But yeah, so if you have like a 2 to 4 sight on 301 and you have like a flat line as your other gun and you swap your 301 for a RE45. 2 to 4 sight can't go on an RE45, so normally it would just like your gun would fall apart. It moves it to the flat line. Yeah.
no, it does that.
Which I thought was pretty neato. Neato for the street. I don't know,
Where
they
these
were
bitches
in
at?
that building or that building.
There's a white vest in
Okay.
here, right underneath where I am.
You, sir? Actually, I'm gonna pull my drone out real quick.
I'm not seeing anybody in any of these things. Oh, there's a loot thing. Yeah,
On the flying loot things.
alright, so it's gone blue,
Gold, purple.
yellow,
blue.
purple, back to blue.
Are you chewing my fucking chair? I will punch the shit out of you, dog. Go lay down.
Alright, so I got it neither yellow or purple. Fuck, where'd the stuff go? What?
It's right.
How
it's
far was it?
like right there. I think. That's what.
Oh, you can see it? Oh, it's actually on the ground. What the fuck? Wait, it fell, but nothing.
Sometimes it
came out of
doesn't. It doesn't break right away. Sometimes it has to do a certain amount of damage. So if you destroy what is being carried, like the thing that's carrying it, it'll drop without breaking. I think. Because I've had to do both. Fall as a ball, and sometimes it explodes in the sky.
I never saw it fall as a ball.
Extended light mag here. Level
What the fuck's this blue thing? Oh, the train? Oh shit! Goddamn, I'm almost there.
gas trap deployed. Shields are recharging. I can use that.
Where are they shooting from?
Gas trap.
Up there somewhere.
I can use a 2x sight and this helmet. I can use all that stuff. Oh, I just got scan.
Oh shit! This double tap sweet. I was like pop 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 pop. It's like
Poppity
I'm
pop
dead,
pop pop.
man.
I'm setting my drone up to get you a look.
I am taking fire, friends.
Oh man.
The fuck was that? Oh, you're fucking
Yeah,
me up there.
I tapped my thing. I wanted to actually.
All right,
they're
somebody
up there.
else. There's somebody else around here.
I tapped it and then I stopped. He's coming. He's charging you. He's pushing you. And then I stopped because the guy went down.
Oh, she's almost dead. She's right here. Fuck, I'm
Okay,
gonna
we're
get finished.
coming.
She's right here.
Very awesome.
There's 3 boxes, right?
Hey, is there a better shield?
Didn't we kill 2
Yeah,
people?
there's the one you're running to, and there was 2 right where you just were.
Oh, there's one behind me. Okay. Oh, I put a blue standard stock in the bin we were just at.
Okay. I'm good, I got it.
Oh, and here's the other one. Okay. Alright, I have 5 syringes. Yeah,
No,
that'll
hold
be
on, hold on.
okay. That's all I have,
Stop. I got med kit. Stop. There you go. He just
Alright.
gave you a med kit. Even better.
Cool. Take his then.
No,
Did you
he.
pick his up?
Yeah.
Oh, he did it before you threw it. Okay. Well, that was nice one. Yeah, I like this double tap though. The scout, it's like pop pop, 68 damage. Pop,
Yeah, I was
pop,
watching
1,005,000
iTemp
damage.
use it, and it's like it's pretty nice. It didn't work that well for me, but
I like it.
it was nice watching somebody who could actually shoot.
Oh, so next to my kills, I have a handshake thing for like assist.
Okay, yeah, because you get points for that too. So I have one kill. Oh, because we made it in the top 10. It even says one kill and 0 assists times 12. So, and it also tells you.
Yeah, that's what I see. And then plus 44 RP next
Yeah.
to it.
Well, yeah, you have more kills than me, I guess. I got 32 RP. So it's nice to know what your RP is going to be like during the thing.
That's cool.
I like it. Another double tap.
Those care packages likely shift the Delta in. I'm recalling my drone.
So yeah, I thought I had to hold my thing because when I do my ultimate, it says EMP charging. So I thought I had to hold it. So when I let go of it, I thought it would stop, and it just continued to charge and then blew up. So it was like more than a waste because it like affected you and did absolutely nothing to them.
Yeah,
Because he was already down. Yeah.
There's a purple something over here. I'll go check that shit out. Knockdown shield.
I just got excited. I thought they were a disruptor. And then I remembered a disruptor gone.
Oh, I have a
And I
sniper
was
shot.
sad. Yeah, I gotta work on sniping and changing.
Do you see
things
where
up.
anybody
Nah,
is?
I do not. Opie, cut it out.
We're right in the middle of the circle.
Good, we can rush gunshots pretty quickly. Here, I'm gonna tuck in right here real quick and send my drone out.
Alright, I'll peek around this corner here. I hear gunshots out here somewhere.
Okay, I see them. Oh, and they just
See
sniped
them?
me and knocked me right out of my drone by sniping me.
Yeah,
Which
yeah.
is good to know that'll happen.
I'm gonna see if I can see them. Up, up. I see somebody else back there.
They're shooting at Draco Malroy.
Gas trap deployed. Firing. Getting shot.
Oh, man. Oh, I was sniping somebody far, and then somebody just came around. They were like hiding behind a rock.
Fuck, man. Alright, I'm gonna take my dog out. I'll be back afterwards.
Alright, that's what you still got. And to the plane.
BRB, chat. What'd you say? Hello? Hello, 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 hello. Hello?
You just got out too. I like can't wait for lunch tomorrow.
I can't wait for you to go to bed so I can eat it without having any shame.
You should have shame that you're not watching the talkers for a way
There was also, I did. He pulled it out over and over again. He goes under the thing and he gives me a bunch of shit. 3. What's up, peoples? I mean, we're that in sync. Yeah. Yeah. Something like that. Yeah, because the point system is so different. It's like, I don't know if you actually had a chance to look at it, but it's like 10 points per kill and 10 points per assist. Right, so 10 points per kill and assist, and that's from 11 all the way up to 20. But then once you hit squad 10, squad 9 and 10, you get 12 points per kill or assist. Squad 7 and 8, you get 13 points per kill or assist. And it's a multiplier for each like bracket. So it's pretty interesting. Jesus Christ, I'm gonna give that to you. My dog just made some crazy noise the other room. Yeah, basically. Basically.
Oh, I thought that was one of you guys I was fighting to get in here.
Oh shit. Oh god.
There's no fucking guns.
Joe in the room with us.
There's no. I don't have a gun. There's nothing around.
Yeah, I don't have
okay.
a gun.
Oh shit,
There's a
you guys
dude
might have
hiding
to punch
in
this
here.
fool.
He's got an energy
Oh,
gun.
no,
He's
there's
down
another
now.
guy. Oh, maybe he was the only one.
Oh, it's his
Take
teammates
this
here.
shit. Oh, I hear somebody.
No, they're
On the
right.
roof or something.
Oh shit, you're down. I thought
Fuck you,
Grim was down
Gibraltar.
and you were.
Oh, I'm almost down.
Fuck.
Oh my
Ooh,
god.
that was just a bad.
I didn't
we
even
have
find the
any
gun.
weapons. Yeah.
See, I did 154
No
damage
weapons.
with just gas and fists.
Not bad. Not bad.
Hey, I'll take that. I almost had Gibraltar, I think.
I didn't realize I got a kill there. I don't know. Oh no, I did realize that. I punched the guy to death. That's right. I was there when I did it.
Oh, you got a kill? Nice.
Alright, so I need 2 kills with sniper rifles in 1 match, and I need to finish the top 3.
Yeah, I need sniper rifle headshots and submachine gun headshots. Yeah, I don't know, 99 seems not that great anymore. When people were like not super far away, even when I had like a blue standard stock, I shoot and that was like a line up, like 5 feet.
Right.
Like compared to where their body is, yeah. It's since they nerfed it, it's not nearly as accurate.
Oh, they even fucked with the accuracy. Okay. Well,
Yeah,
that's
they
sucky.
made the recoil higher on the 99 and took down the clip sizes.
Jeez. Okay, cool.
It doesn't shoot slower
I
than
hate
6.62,
that, man.
It shoots slower than like the 99, but it's pretty. Not a lot of recoil. So.
Yeah, I'm pretty decent with the alternator. I'll pick it up over like a 2020 or a, you know, a Mozambique.
So you're saying it's the third
Yeah, I'd
worst
take it
gun in
over
the game?
right.
That's what
I'd
I
pick it
would
up
say.
over like my
That's
fist
what I would
or
agree
like.
Over like throwing a
Yeah.
rock at him? Yeah, I would definitely use the alternator. Yeah.
Let's land under this fucking leaf. Is that where we were
Oh
just at?
shit! I didn't even notice there was that
Yeah.
big ass leaf until
It's a
you said.
picturesque tree. It's exactly what I imagine trees look like when I think about them.
Every time I go to a different planet, that's what I see. So it makes sense.
Eva, what's my motherfucking name? Eva. Who am I rolling with? My Evas. Yes,
You
sir.
streaming?
There's an alternator. Oh, actually, yeah, I'm gonna keep the double tap. Let me know if you see a scout. Damn, how many stocks you have already? You're pinging level 3s.
I've got two. I've got a Mozambique and a pistol, so I can't use it.
Oh, there's a longbow.
But that's what I would think too.
I'll take this Prowler. I'm dropping 99 for this Prowler. Somebody wants that shit.
No, I'll stick with the RE45.
Shit, I'm gonna try this 99 and see what's up. Here's a blue shoddy
It's
bolt.
not terrible, but it's still nothing compared to what it used to be, for sure.
No, I picked it up and it's still got 18 in it.
Oh, you don't even have a vest, Joe?
No, but I just shot down a thing, so there might be a vest in here. No, no vest.
What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, I can use select fire.
There's a U site here. I just pinged.
That's a choke.
Okay. Oh, it's a scout. Yeah, it's a scout. I can do that shit.
No,
Oh,
this
actually,
only
it's found a
99.
use site. So if anybody else wants that other one.
Sure, I need a bag.
There's
yeah,
a black
Grim,
one
I'll take
here.
that. You saw it.
You site, yeah.
Yeah, you
Joe
site's over
pinged
here.
it over there. I called dibs.
Oh,
to
he can.
grab it.
I didn't know. No, you can. You can have it. I didn't.
Yeah. Well, I dibsed it, but then I found one, so I didn't need the one that he did.
Oh,
or
okay,
pinged
okay.
or whatever. Yeah.
Oh, there's dudes in that building.
Did you say, okay. Did you say there was
Alright.
a bag somewhere, Grim?
Say no more.
Did you find the bag?
Yeah, I pinged it for you. I literally pinged it.
Right,
back. You
and then
said
there was
something
just,
somewhere
okay.
up
Alright,
here.
no big
or-
deal. I'll get it. I'll get it, I'll get it. There's a whole
Hey,
lot.
this is,
Yeah.
Are you the one
You
sliding?
mean-
Okay, I think it's yeah, right here. All right, now let's go with these bitches. You got
No,
it? You get the bag?
that's right.
You were
it's
just
right
with me. I
Yeah,
pinged
you-
it.
Oh.
I said it's right here, and I pinged
A
it.
ping,
as
there was
you were
something
with
over
me.
there.
You were literally behind
There
me.
was a mark over there. That's where I thought you pinged. And I ran to.
Nah.
Oh, devotion here.
He was pinging where the dudes were. Where were the bad dudes in there or something?
I think so. Yeah, they were down there. I don't know if they're still there. You know,
I'm gonna get wrecked with see what's going on.
I'm down below you to the right.
Go lay down, Obi.
Darn
Yeah,
it.
they're in here. They're
God
in here.
damn it. They're
They're up
in
downstairs
where
in
you're
this
at?
building. Yep. Yeah,
I threw a grenade up
heard
there.
Heavy footsteps. Yep. Oh shit.
What the hell? So
Where
I
are the
throw a grenade
fuckers?
upstairs and it lands on the fucking steps?
Dude,
Oh,
if they're not in here, that's
How do
fucking
you-
with me. I don't.
How do you get into the upstairs? Are you making stuff up, Zero? How do you even
No,
get in
like I
there?
heard a clank, like you know when a enemy's foot.
Are you in
Oh,
there?
there's-
Yeah, I'm on the roof. There's nobody in there. I could use
I guess
that
not,
blue
dude.
knockdown
Shit,
now.
they must either booked it, and I just thought I heard something.
I don't know. They could have got away with all that scary
No,
motherfuckers outside.
I must have just. That's right. I guess I just heard fucking.
Alright,
It was probably
Ghosts.
a sound effect of my own running.
I'm
on
throwing
the
my
bed
drone
or
out.
something
see if I
on
can
the
find
fucking
them.
stairs. So like, I picked up a.
The
99,
doors were
it's still
shut,
got
right?
an-
They might have not even in there.
I don't know. I picked up a 99 and it still has an 18 round clip. Do you mean like a better clip is less rounds?
I forget what it starts at, but I know like, yeah, each clip probably gives it less bullets. I know
Yeah,
the
I guess
max
that's the
only
deal.
gives you like what 27 instead of like it was like 30 maybe, or
Okay.
32. So it's
can't
not
remember
super
exactly the
bad,
max.
the clip amount changed, but the other stuff sucks.
Yeah.
Recoil. That's what really makes it worse. I mean, the clip size isn't a huge deal. It's more about the accuracy for me.
Yeah. Yeah. Definitely. Damn, we got shitty gear. Where do you guys think we should go?
Oh no, I kind of want to go up here.
All right.
The train's coming. I'm gonna try to hop the train.
Oh,
Yeah,
which way is
sure.
it going?
No,
No, it's going away from us.
Get to where the train's go. Oh, the train's
Oh, it might be stopping though.
Oh, I didn't see there was a zip line up to it.
It might be stopping at the thermal station. I don't know.
Oh, it's going to drive out of the circle real soon though. So
Oh,
it's
okay.
probably.
Are we still going up here? Are you trying to hit the train?
Yeah.
Oh, there's a dude just flying in behind you. Dude just flew in.
Did
in
you send
that-
a zip to us? How do we get up to you? Can you send a zip down to us?
No, I'm coming to you. There's dudes landing. I don't have one yet.
Where are they going?
Somebody flew in around that building you just ran past.
Oh, they're around
Yeah,
here.
that red ping.
Yeah, dude. I mean, I saw him flying.
Oh yeah, they're landing right behind you. Behind you.
Over
Oh,
there.
There he
Behind
is.
you. One down.
Oh my god, I suck so bad. I couldn't.
I can't get out. Okay, alright, I'm out.
Oh, you're blocking on my shot.
Behind you, behind you.
Fuck, I'm down. You like walked right in front of me and they all my behind you. Oh, there's somebody else shooting from up there too.
Out from behind me. Shit.
There's more people coming here.
Oh damn.
Someone's
You're
on the
getting
roof
smoke from
of this
everywhere,
building too.
goddamn. Oh, yeah.
I didn't hit a single shot, dude. I was a little stunned by the gas, but still, that sucked, man. I can't believe I couldn't hit anything. Of course, I had that 99 too. Maybe that was that fucking accuracy.
Maybe that was it.
I started to hit a couple shots. And then Grim's like, hey, I have the second biggest hitbox in the game. Let me stand in front of you.
I thought you wanted to
I
shoot
did.
me in the back.
I did.
thought that's what you said.
That's my funny way of saying thank you. You know what I mean?
Oh, I got 2 headshots out of 5 at least.
Nice.
nice.
someone shared I boosted a post. I haven't actually wrote like an actual ad for my channel yet, but I did boost one of my posts because it was like, hey, we have a free $5 for you if you want to post this or boost it. So I did, and it's usually like I get engagement, but like it's never really substantial. Doesn't ever turn into anything. But somebody actually shared it. So I got a couple clicks and stuff, but like somebody actually thought it was worth sharing.
Oh, yeah, what, the last one? Really? I'm pretty sure I killed Costa. Is that one?
No, Thursdays. Thick Boy my Thick Boy Thursday post. It was
Which one
like
was that?
Caustic looking at Gibraltar, who was like slamming my head into something.
Didn't you have a video
No, not on
attached or
Thursday.
no? Oh, okay. Alright. Let's do the train.
Alright.
Let's land for the middle car.
It's going
Looks
away
like
from
everybody
us.
lands for the front. Probably a lot. Oh, God. Damn it. Maybe we shouldn't even do the train then.
Shit,
Let's
it's an
try
easy
it. You
landing.
can always jump off. You can always jump off. We're not getting bins.
Oh shit, two more squads for this. I got no.
Oh, I have a gun.
Oh, this caustic gas is
I
fucking
don't
me
have the
up.
ammo though.
Oh god damn.
I don't
there's
have any
3 other
bullets left.
squads. I ain't got shit.
Alright, you wanna roll
I'm
off?
I'm trying to heal up real quick.
Here's dudes.
Fuck, I'm so close. Nice.
There's a dude on Joe.
Thanks, I got the Phoenix kit off.
Coming up on the car.
Yeah! Beat him up when he had a gun.
Nice. Somebody is. Well, never mind.
Oh,
I don't
no,
think it
no.
matters. I'm
I'm
right
off.
beside you, Grim.
Oh, it stopped. Shit,
got no
yeah, I'm out
gun,
of
though.
bullets. And they're fucking sniping me.
Alright, yeah, I don't have bullets either. So maybe
Maybe this
just run
fucking
away.
box has something.
I have a Phoenix kit for somebody.
Oh,
I just
can't
like
let,
you
I
guys.
can't let them get their fucking
Okay.
people up. The only person left was a lifeline. I'm
You
trying to
wanna go
catch
back? Oh.
I'll see if I
Alright,
can
got
find
some
the
other
gun.
people
I
up.
got gas traps.
Yeah,
they
no,
probably
forget
couldn't
it.
engage with no guns then. They're getting gassed at least. There's somebody over here.
Damn, still no gun.
I have a alternator and a 99,
I just got
but
a
I don't have any
Mozambique.
extra bullets for them.
Oh, maybe I was hearing you.
Fuck, man.
Alright, let's go somewhere
I
else. and get
downed
guns.
2 people. And
I hear somebody around me too. I don't
Oh,
know
all
where.
these bins are open. Maybe we should go on the
Oh,
other side of
nice.
the tracks. 'Cause there's
well,
nothing
no,
left.
there's stuff over here in these like houses.
Got
Here's
the
a
charge
Neva.
rifle. No bullets though.
That Eva's got
Oh,
some
no,
ammo
never
with it
mind.
if
You
you
need the helmet. Oh yeah. I have a
Yeah, I have
Phoenix
one, too.
kit. You could use it.
I got one more.
Oh, there's a Phoenix kit over here.
Oh, you guys have enough.
Oh, somebody's getting brought back. Where's that at?
This
yeah.
way. Let's go get them.
Yeah.
Right here.
Oh, there's somebody on the wall.
I hit him for about 60 or something. Yep. The one ran behind the wall.
Oh, yeah. No.
There's
Yeah,
one
there's a
more.
box
No,
over
they're
here.
dead.
No, they're dead.
Yeah, there's one more, I think.
They turned to a box.
Oh, okay.
They turned in the box right.
Good job. This fucker
There's
have
an
any
Eva in
heals?
there.
I might have some heals.
There's that helmet you're needing.
Shield cells.
Extended heavy mag here. Level 1.
Yeah, I got 13 shotgun bolts and 15
Oh,
light bullets.
I'm gonna go for this Phoenix kit up here.
Oh, I have a med kit. Here. Use the med kit.
Oh, okay. I think there's a Phoenix kit.
You have a
in that-
syringe?
Not
Oh, you pick
anymore.
up the other Phoenix
Yeah,
kit?
oh yeah, I have that Phoenix kit. Yeah, actually, well, whatever. It's the same.
Oh, I don't. He just gave me a med kit.
So I have 0 light bullets for my alternator, but I have 40 heavy bullets for a gun I don't have. So that's cool. So I guess I need either light bullets or a heavy gun. I have a triple take.
Here, I can give you a little bit. Here's 15 light bolts.
No, that's alright. You keep it.
That's,
Yeah, I'm too far.
He's
You
way
keep
over
it.
here.
I'm gonna hit this bin over here.
Where are you at?
I'm following Joe.
I need a bag. Oh, he's this way. I thought you were the opposite way.
Alright, I'm gonna take this wingman and drop that, but I'm gonna keep all this other stuff for fire. Shit, I keep picking up the wrong fucking thing.
Either of you need a white heavy clip?
I'm stealing your gun
Why'd you
parts. I'm
steal my
stealing
gun parts? I need my gun parts!
If anybody can carry that, I appreciate it, but
Send
I
it.
can't
I
carry
can.
anything else.
Well, I can put that heavy mag
you
on my
need-
gun. Does that help?
Well, if you have a heavy
Yeah.
gun, then keep it.
Alright, well then, yeah, that makes the wingman viable. I can keep the wingman. Do you need the light white clip? No, a light clip, level 2 light clip.
Yeah, I've been
Okay.
99. So
Alright, I'll give you that. Alright, well then I'll just give you all my attachments.
I'm hitting this little
'Cause,
building
yeah,
right here.
I was gonna go back to light when I could,
Truck.
but yep.
Thanks. You dropped 2 stocks.
No, I didn't.
There's a Havoc in
You
this.
swapped one off your
fucking-
gun.
I got an Eva.
I didn't have a white one.
Ah, okay.
Oh yes. Is there?
I think there's
Ooh, I
energy
could
ammo
definitely
in
use
there.
that. There.
And I can give you a little
No,
more
I
energy.
have enough. I'm good. You can use it. Keep it.
Okay.
But I was just enjoying the triple take there, killing those mofos.
Oh yeah.
Round 2, beginning ring countdown.
Come on,
alright,
busy. Give me a
Drop that
bag.
for. Oh, I'll take that. Put that on my triple take, and then put this on that, and then there's a U sight. Yeah, so I need a bag as well. Where's all the bags, bro?
Oh, we're gonna find the fucking
Damn, Phoenix
DeLorean
kit. Who
from
the fuck wants
1885
a
up in
Phoenix
this
kit?
I already have
Hopefully.
one, but I'll take another one. I'll drop a grenade for it.
Oh yeah, I'll take the grenade.
Somebody right there.
Oh, there's somebody else.
The gay fucking thing is fucking me up.
Broke their shield.
Oh, I got
Somebody in that caustic smoke. I'm gonna try to drone real quick to give us a.
God damn! I got to retreat. I don't know. I got.
They're
no
right there.
sight.
I can see them. I can see them.
I'm just backing
Alright, I
up.
just did my
And the other person's in the building.
I EMP'd them, so I took some of that shit away.
Fuck!
Oh my god,
Damn,
he
they're
is
stopping me
fucking
good. They
insane.
gotta have good sights.
Oh, he got me under the car. He shot me under the car.
Yeah, both of them are just sniping from far away.
Wow. Wow, they must have had fucking 4x sights at least on that shit.
Pretty insane. That yeah,
That
that
was laser
crypto was
beams,
fucking
man.
me
That's
up.
bullshit. I had 1x sights, and he was teeny tiny. I could have got a shot on one of them, but he had just fucking sniped my fucking whole health and armor away, so I was a little bit afraid.
He put the fear of Korea in you. Fear Korea in me.
Korean fear.
Light me up like a fucking, I don't know, flashlight? Old timey lantern? I don't know.
I'm good.
Time for the good luck talkies.
Another fucking day that I forget to get coffees.
One day.
You know how they have those accident-free calendars?
Yeah.
I'm gonna get a forgotten talkie
It's been
calendar.
265 days since I've remembered about talkies.
Oh shit!
I don't think I've been here yet. Oh, actually, I think, yeah, we ran past it. Was that where we ran past one day? Earlier.
I think-
One game.
I don't know.
Okay, let's go there. Fuck yeah.
Maybe. Because we,
Learn this shit.
one game earlier, we jumped at the fuel depot, which is like just northeast.
I just remember running through this area, like the half circle thing. It was already looted, but that's it. One bin. Fuck. Good stuff. Yeah, this is where we ran through, and this is where we found a couple boxes.
Oh yeah, okay. So that means people are around us? You just pinged
With
up the
us.
supply bin.
I didn't.
Caustic did.
I don't
Caustic
remember
said
doing
there's
it.
an open supply bin.
I definitely. Zero's in. He's been with me the whole time. There's been no supply bin that we ran past since the one I opened where we dropped.
That's fucking weird. Cause yeah, Caustic definitely said it's an open supply bin here.
No, definitely not.
Oh, you know, me and Joe were in this building after you got off the last night with like a
Yeah.
badass player named
Oh yeah,
Girl Talk
she
or
was really
something.
good.
Like she was fucking slaying. Like we killed a guy or something, and then we got killed, and she came back and like killed 2 guys, and then she was doing some more badass shit in other sections.
Yeah, it
of
was
the
pretty
map.
insane.
Badass bitch.
Bad ass.
That's something I can use.
Oh,
Wait,
shit, I'm
hold
sorry.
on. Wait. Wait.
done waiting.
Yo, yeah. So I was just imitating the voice of what sounded like Caustic saying that's something I could use, right?
No,
But I didn't. call
That
dibs
was
on
me
anything.
that said it. That was my character. And you were imitating Caustic, but it was
Oh,
my
that was
character
you.
that said it.
Okay. Wait. Oh yeah, I can use that fire. Wait, so you're telling me you just pinged the open supply
No, I
bin? Is
pinged
that
a
what-
select fire.
You know what? I'm gonna take that hammer point on this
Gay,
fucking
gay,
Mozambique.
gay, gay.
There's a prowler here, and I pinged that select fire earlier.
Yeah, I have a prowler. Yeah, I'm that so far. I didn't think one burst of the prowler would drop the thing. I was just trying to, like, you know, damage it so I can get ready to do a final burst when it's gold. But I did one burst and it blew up the fucking floating thing.
Nice.
Now, how the hell do I get up there? Oh, over here.
Oh, do I run dual energy guns? I don't know.
Sounds like something an insane person would do.
Well, because I need kills
Yeah.
with the sniper rifle. I have a scalp, but there's a triple take. But I also have a devotion.
Here's all the stuff I pinged earlier. A bunch of havocs and
Well, if there's made energy ammo, then I guess I'll do it. Because that's what was holding me back, was I only have 180 energy. So I'm like, do I really want to, like,
Well, now you
put my
got made
devotion
energy.
under stress by not doing that?
Fuck this thing. An oil rig? What did you say? Supposed to fuel depot?
Fuel
or something?
depot is not far from us. This is a sorting factory. The fuel depot is there.
There's more.
Oh,
even
somebody's
more
being
mad
called in.
energy ammo
Someone's being
here,
respawned
bro.
over there. I gotta grab this energy ammo.
Oh, they're getting called in. They're getting called in.
will you
hate
ping
when
I
it?
they
tried
try
to. It was
call
flying too
in.
fast.
Oh, I see. I see.
Oh, zipline. Who hooks up with zipline,
Yep.
Zero? It's a chasm.
Oh, that's as far as I can go with it.
Cool.
Grab the line, you fucking robot.
You stupid fucking robot.
Oh god. Oh, I hit a dude in the middle of the shit. I've hit this guy several times. I hit him
What
for about
happened?
64
Where are
or
they?
something.
What?
Uh,
He's
right,
down there.
here's
with
a
you?
guy.
What happened?
Yeah, he came across the zip line with me and ran into me and knocked me down.
That dude's a bitch. I don't like him.
Total bitch.
I mean, get some
Oh.
cover for us.
Up there. No,
Get over here.
He dropped down.
Closer to the thing. Oh, he dropped
He's coming
down.
at you. He's coming at you.
Joe, where you
I'm
at?
shooting at him. I'm
almost
shooting
dead.
at him. I'm shooting
I'm
at him. I'm
almost
shooting
dead,
at him. He's dead.
Yeah. I don't know where number 3 is. If
Yeah,
there
because
are
he's
three.
not a box yet, so somebody's.
Yeah, right.
Oh, I set off your trap, so. Oh, somebody's grenade us. Fuck! I
Oh,
accidentally
grenade just came by
fucking
me?
executed my own trap.
Oh, the grenade fucking.
I didn't mean to execute.
They're over there.
They're
I
right
see
here.
them.
They're right here. They're right
They're
here.
in my
Yeah,
gas.
ping
They're
it,
going
ping
to you. They're punching Joe. Zero.
I'm coming.
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
coming.
Okay, he's dead.
I'm good.
Oh, the dude I killed was the kill leader.
Oh,
So I set on my
nice.
screen.
Yeah, he knocked me off the fucking zip line, and I hit him 4 rounds when I landed, but shit
I'm
caught me
dropping.
off guard.
I'm dropping.
Oh, here. I picked
I'm
these
dropping
two up here.
The stuff you like, Joe.
I picked these things up if anybody needs those. And I need a better vest.
I'll take that heavy one.
I couldn't grab that blue vest that you pinged.
What was yeah, that was the
Animal
stuff
receiver.
that I
Here's
was
another
talking
heavy
about.
mag.
Yeah, I was trying to
Yeah.
find that, but
The,
got in the fight too quick. Here, Grim.
The P2020 with the fucking things you like. or
Ow.
whatever.
Yeah, I'm good.
The
Hammer
you know,
point.
hollow rounds. or
Yeah.
whatever people call them. It's wrong.
I'm good. I got my energy weapons. So I'd like to go back and find that blue vest. Blue vest would be cool to have.
Wait, so I just got rid of. No, I didn't get rid of.
No, you pinged one, but I
Dude,
wasn't able
False
to.
alarm.
I might hear somebody.
Oh yeah,
not
I'm being
sure.
shot at from up there. Good ears. I'm setting my drone up.
Oh, from up top? We're in a bad position then. Unless you could send it on a zip line, we should run away.
I just EMP'd them.
No,
I'm just gonna try to climb up. I figured that.
they're on top of that
Alright, they
building.
blew my drone up. Oh, and their caustic gas is fucking me
I
up.
broke one shield. I broke one of their shields, Grim. They're both up top of this shit.
Yeah, I'm going on the other side of the bridge to get them.
I can hear them shielding up top.
I broke another one of their shields. They're both up here. Both right here.
Fuck, oh, you just fucked me up. Yeah, I need to shield up.
Oh, they have a caustic
I need to
too,
shield up.
so that's not gonna hurt them.
Fuck, man, they're about to kill
Yeah,
me.
Grim,
I'm
they're
about to
probably
fucking
healing.
die. I'm literally one hit, and I'm down. Fuck, man. Oh my god.
I got one.
Yeah.
Where's that one here? I'm down, Joe.
Oh, good try.
Fuck.
You were hurting them.
Oh, I tried. Wait, how'd you die, Joe?
I was healing.
Were you at?
I was.
thought
So
you were
they kept
healing
throwing
up.
grenades at me.
He was catching their grenades like he was playing baseball.
Oh, they killed
Yeah.
you with grenades from inside of there? They had
No, there was a guy on
both
top.
caustic traps. How did they fucking grenade you to death? Oh, there's a guy
Oh,
on
there's
top.
3 of them? Okay.
Okay.
I broke one of their shields and then I wanted to press the attack, so I got up there and I had that Mozambique with hammer point, and I hit a guy twice and it broke his shield, but I don't know if it does like more damage if you just break their shield and then I don't know if one of the rounds does the hammer point damage or not.
It does more damage to
I mean, like one of the
non-shielded
pellets.
targets. So once their shield's broke, that's where the
Yeah,
damage
so
comes
I
in.
don't know but if you break it with
Like,
if you do
Right,
more
like
damage
if you
to
hit
them
them
than
with-
is required to break their shield, I wonder if it does any more
I don't
health
know.
damage.
It's actually a good question. If you hit them with like 45 damage and they only have like a 25 section of shield, would it the other 20 be
Yeah.
extra damage? I don't know. It's a question for the gods.
Unknown.
Yeah, can I place an order for takeout? Chicken parm, with sides, mashed potatoes, and french fries. Yeah, can you
Mashed
maybe-
potatoes and french fries.
And what's suggested?
He's carb loading.
Alright.
He's got a marathon
Yeah.
running later.
Yeah, that's it.
You get let me get a
15-11.
sliced baked potato,
Alright.
mashed potatoes, french fries, and some ramen
Yeah.
noodles.
Dude.
You get, man, mashed potatoes and french fries both.
Double starch, motherfucker.
I guess we'll go over here. Actually,
I
we're gonna
try
go
to
here.
eat healthy, you know what I mean?
A whole bunch of
Word.
people are going the way we were just heading. So where's that place at? It's got the crazy chicken parm thing. That's where you ordered from.
Ron and the Boulevard. Yeah. Yeah, so the weird thing is it's usually like $10,
Good, I don't have a gun.
but it came to $15.11. So I wonder if they gave me a charge for ordering takeout late or something. I don't
Maybe.
know. Because I just did takeout the other day and it wasn't $15. Got 3 things for 30. So I don't know.
I'd throw you a gun, Joe. I only
Yeah,
got one.
yeah, I saw that devotion that you were picking up. There's bins over here.
Oh, here's
Best
the
thing,
longbow.
I can use this shit.
Alright, I might
Oh,
come
you're
back
over
to that
there.
longbow, we'll see.
Here, I'll pick it up, and if you don't want it, if you don't find something, just let me know and
Okay.
I'll drop it.
Where did it look like everybody was dropping? It's like, I want to go to a hot spot.
I didn't really notice that time. I was laser focused.
Is this an open bin? Yeah, there's 2 open bins over here. Is this
No,
where you
I dropped
down?
with you guys, but I ran over here.
Somebody dropped over here. Yep, yeah, another door. They ran this way.
I'm dropping his Eva. I'm gonna take this wingman and this stuff. I know I'm good on a I need a bag, but I got a scout, so I'm good on the sniper 0. Settle.
I got a purple light back for you.
Oh, yeah. Oh yeah.
Ooh, yeah.
Yeah. What time's that place open till?
24
Oh,
hours.
is it? I thought it was like a restaurant.
Oh, that's
like
awesome.
Yeah. They get
Oh,
diner.
it's a diner. Okay.
So you got 3 meals for $30?
Yeah, the other day. They were I was looking at a menu. They're $9.99 each. The early bird was $8.99. But then somehow it's $15 something for just the one thing. So I'll figure out why it's such a big discrepancy. Because I didn't get any deal the other day, so I don't know why. It's not a big difference, but after tax, it's probably like, I don't know, $4 extra.
Was it a lunch special? Maybe?
No, it was dinner time.
Oh, okay.
And they also said they're out of soup, which usually comes with it. Oh.
There's 2 more devotion.
I'll
Oh, no, it's
figure
an
out
even
when I
a
get there.
devotion.
I'm dropping 80 heavy rounds. I'm going double light.
Oh, yeah, I need those.
Oh yeah, I could use both of those. And you got a purple clip for me, 0, you said?
Yeah. I'll throw it down here. Are you getting attacked?
No, I'm shooting one of those
Thank
fucking
you.
things. They're flying free shit
All right.
balls.
Flying free shit balls.
I like free shit balls.
Yeah. Me too, man. That's why I meant for it.
Oh, actually, I'll put that on that and that on that. Free shit balls!
Yeah, my favorite.
Somebody's in this building with us, I think, Joe.
Alright, let me
Yeah?
set my
Maybe.
drone up. And let's investigate. And it looks like you can only go up to the 2nd floor. Oh no, there's a zip line to go all the way up.
I'm gonna take this.
I was just on the roof, so.
Oh, okay, well. Yeah, I'm on the 3rd floor. I don't see anybody yet. Sometimes the metal, when you run on metal, it's kind of hard to tell if it's an enemy or not. Oh, is there a zip line up there to go to where you
On the
are
roof,
at?
yeah.
Oh, there's a white standard stock there.
Oh shit.
Oh, whoops, never mind, I need that.
I'm taking the
shit, I went
sniper
up
stuff.
Too high, I guess. There was something you pinged that I thought I wanted. I don't remember what that was now.
Would you guys mind if I start shooting my gun to attract enemies?
No, I don't care.
Um,
Nope,
that yours,
we were
bro,
being
Joe?
EMP'd. People already know where we are.
In the building we were in. In the building we were in. Oh, goddamn. Ooh, I sniped that bitch out in the air with my longbow.
Where are these people
No.
at? See 'em? Oh, somebody's
they
running
shot
across
my drone
from
also.
down below.
I shot theirs back. I've hit 2 of them
I'm
for
trying to
about 100.
Find my
I mean,
way
100
out of
total.
here. Throw on the other
I
side of the
downed
wall.
one, or executed
Okay.
one Joe Dan down.
Oh, over there.
Oh, they're almost dead. Right there.
Nice.
Got him. Nice. They shouldn't have fucked with us. Dude,
Big
I shot his
mistake,
fucking drone over
motherfucker.
there with the longbow, aiming down the sight from like 8 or 10 feet away. It was kind of funny.
Finally
Yeah.
a backpack.
Fuck them bitches.
Double tap
Yeah, I
for your
got one
scale.
already. Thank you, sir. I almost put work in with it, but you were able to down that person first.
Is there any more light
yeah,
ammo around?
I have some on me.
I saw some, I thought.
Here, I got.
Dude, I need heals if anybody sees any. Bad.
I
Yeah,
can drop
I
you a
mean-
bunch of syringes.
Oh,
Oh, here's a bunch of light in this box.
Okay.
Yeah, use the Phoenix kit if you want.
Joe just
I
gave me
just
3
dropped that
syringes.
Phoenix kit because it's.
Well,
I just.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, might
'cause
as well, huh?
without a fast heal, I think it takes too long to heal during combat. That's just my personal.
Yeah. Yeah, I only use them if I feel like, you know, maybe I've got time. Oh, here's more light.
I found some in a box. I hear footsteps, I think. Not 100%
I'm
sure.
coming to you.
Might be the song I'm listening to. Oh, no, there's a drone thing. Stop looking at me! Stop it!
I busted its ass. I hear him somewhere.
They just grenaded.
They threw a grenade over here.
Here, I'm gonna send my drone out real quick.
Oh, I saw one run
Oh, never
in
mind.
that building. Oh shit, they're busting me up.
Oh yeah, they're in that window.
I don't know where that...
Oh, they just threw a fire grenade at me, motherfucker. I'm droning them motherfuckers back.
I'm dead.
Just EMP'd them and broke their fucking shields.
Shit, these kids are undercover.
Someone's shooting
Yeah.
from all the way back there. That's
Yep.
another
Oh, I
squad.
need to fucking heal. Oh, right here.
Oh shit, that's me.
One down, I'm down two though. There's somebody else.
Oh, here comes another. I'm a dead motherfucker.
New squad. You see a drone picking them up?
Oh god. I had no health. I was trying to heal. I
Yeah.
had like 7 health.
No. I gotta run to go pick my stuff up.
Alright.
I'll be back in a bit. No.
Dude, man, they're never going to fix the audio on this fucking game, dude. I like some audio will be blaring in my fucking ears like so loud I need to turn it down, and then I won't pick up the more subtle shit at all.
Yeah, we talked about this before. I think they're both sound effects. They're talking about like the gunfire as compared to like the footsteps or whatever.
Yeah, and like I'll be jumping, like I'll have it up high enough to hear the stuff I need to hear or close to it, and then like when you're like jumping, like the sound of the wind rushing by will be fucking deafening. And I mean, it's not like I've got a shitty headset, you know. I mean, it's not like great, but it's like
I mean,
$100 headset.
that's pretty good. Mine's only like 35 or 40 bucks. Like,
Yeah, you could probably get the same head. Mine's wireless, but you know, you could probably get the same wired headset for 75 or 80 or something. You know, I should have got a wired one.
Yeah, I have a wireless one, and I liked it. I bought it because it was like every time I get up, and I was even closer at the time, closer to like the kitchen than I am now. Every time I got up and I'd like get a drink or whatever, I was sick of like carrying my controller. So it was close enough where it wouldn't like be out of range, but I was just sick of carrying the controller. So I bought I think it was the I forget the brand, but it's the AG9 or something.
Okay.
The brand has like an AG3, which is like a regular headset. Then there's like an AG6 or something, and then there's an maybe it's an A3, an A6, and an A9. And the A9 is like
Maybe that's that well-known, that brand that's kind of taken over from what Turtle Beach used to. You know, Turtle Beach, I guess, used to be kind of a top brand, and then a lot of gamers started using this other. Maybe that's the brand you're talking about.
maybe I don't remember the name of it. Maybe they were Astro. I don't know. But I liked it. There were a couple times where like I hated it because I'm like, oh, I forgot to charge it, or I thought it was charging and it wasn't. So like now, like I don't have a headset, so I have to go like some shitty headset. But I wound up dropping it, and the mic like unplugged, so you can use it as like a regular headphones. And it fell, and the mic part that's like stuck inside the earphone actually broke off inside. I mean, so like I was able to fish it out, but like now I don't have a mic for it, so I just have like headphones and like it's like a blue or like a little flash drive type thing that plugs in to connect it to that. So like it's not like I can use, it's not Bluetooth, so I can't use it with my phone. I guess I could use it on my computer, but
So what are you using now?
I bought like a $40. They are something, maybe the Panasonic rigged 400s or something.
Okay.
They're all like, they have like black and gray camo, and like they look like space age, like a space frame kind of, like have like holes in the part that goes over my head. Makes me feel cool.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Do you have Five Below stores up there? I was in Five Below and I noticed they have gaming headsets for $5.
How good are they?
That's got to be quality.
Yeah, I've seen them too. And it's like, that's just like, I mean, you can get an okay headset for cheap. I used to use exclusively the GameStop had a little headset that was like earbuds, but they had like a volume control and a mute on it. So it was good enough, and I used them exclusively for like ever. So I decided to spend the money to upgrade to like a real set of headphones. But and actually before that, I used to just like use the TV speakers, and then once I used headphones, even the earbuds, it was like this is night and day. Like this is so much better. Because I could, like, it's directional alone. I can tell, like, where footsteps are coming from. And I never went back.
Yeah,
I always play with the TV muted now.
Plus, it annoys the shit out of the other players when your TV speakers are coming through the mic.
Does, yeah. I mean, it doesn't really bother me unless it's, like, super loud. Because it's like, you don't need it that loud. Like, you never need it that loud. Like...
Yeah. Well, yeah, maybe that's more of it when it's loud, I mean.
And there's a... triple take over here. Or I can drop you a longbow. You want a longbow instead?
This is fine.
Okay.
I'm gonna try it out.
I mean...
if you get rid of the longbow later, I'll take it. I might
Oh,
take
well, here,
it.
take
then,
it
just
now.
Tell me.
Take it now. Take it now.
Well, okay, I don't want you to be
Nah,
deprived.
all good, all good. It's got a cool skin on it too, so.
Thank you. Oh, it is cool.
Oh, here, take my heavy ammo too then. Do you have energy
okay,
ammo?
Thank
Was there energy with this? Yeah.
you. Yes.
Thank you.
Do you need a select fire or a shotgun bolt?
I have a white shotgun bolt, so I could use if you have a cooler one. Oh yeah,
Here's a blue.
buddy. I'm doing my own armed and dangerous. I'm going sniper shotgun. Going to regret it immediately.
Yeah. Sometimes it's a really good combo.
Where the hell did he go? I thought he was in this corner and then he's going.
Oh, I think he went through this tunnel.
This way. Never mind.
Oh, there's a scout and a double tap there.
I'm gonna stick with the longbow.
Alright.
I kind of want to, you know, I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna try that scout with that. I want to see what it's like. So you put it on the like full auto mode,
Yeah,
right?
you hit.
Or what?
Yeah,
Or
you
three
hit
round
left
burst
on
mode.
the D-pad or whatever.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, Grim really liked it. It didn't
Single
really
fire is
do.
just
I missed the
same.
second shot almost every time I shoot it. So I'm doing something wrong. But
Oh,
Grim
okay.
said like he popped it and immediately. Oh, we got a drone. I'm gonna try to.
Okay.
Now they're shooting at us.
Yep, they're coming right across
I'm
the
throwing my
field.
drone just to give us eyes real quick. Yep. Oh shit, they're
Got
on the
one.
hill to the right.
Broke a shield on this fucker.
Fuck, I'm down.
Come on, cool guy.
Yeah, how do you have
fucking
full health?
pussy.
What do you do? And he just like did his ultimate to run away. He has full fucking health.
He ran away. Oh, now
Are
he...
you kidding me?
God damn,
Yeah,
what
like-
a fucking loser.
Oh, they're fighting. I need to save all of my health and shields for next match.
And run away. And then come... we would have destroyed him. I mean, I killed one and got the shields on the other. You did some damage.
Yeah.
And then he runs away. I mean, what the fuck? If he had been there fighting with
Yes,
us, it would have been
it
over for those
absolutely would.
fuckers. Maybe he wanted to go look at the ball again. What a dickhead, dude.
What an asswad. Oh, we placed 11th, so we didn't get any
He's probably been in
his
bronze.
entire life.
He's probably been in bronze the entire time, yeah.
So I was.
That's so annoying.
When people, it happens all the time.
That's all I was saying.
All the
That's
time.
all I was
people,
saying.
It's like they
Yeah.
they don't understand like they like hide when it's a team fight and then come back and try to like 1v3 these people.
They're the fucking Zeta Wolf or something.
Some shit like that.
They're the wolf that's got no back legs and has
The
like
little
the
dog.
little
Yeah.
chariot thing that you hang its back end on.
The wheelie wolf.
The wheelie wolf. Well, I made myself aim down this. I mean, hip fire like I should have with the damn
Oh, nice.
Spitfire. That with the guy I did
How did it
down,
feel?
so it's nice that I can at least adapt a little bit.
Mhm.
It felt good. Felt good. I held it at my crotch and I was like, "Whoa."
Swinging past my knees.
I'm gonna relinquish it.
How about here?
Alright, Cappy, where you want to take us?
Come on, Cappy. Yeah, bitch.
Yeah, bitch. Swish, swish, bitch.
I kind of wish we had one of those restaurants Grim was describing around here. There is a pretty cool, like, small chain of diners, though, around here. It has, like, this huge fucking menu. Damn you, Cappy. Get off my ass. They got pretty decent prices, but I don't know if they have, like, a, you know, like a $9 or $10 big-ass meal, you know?
Yeah, there's
I don't know. It's hard to say. They got pretty good.
there's
They're not expensive.
a place. Oh shit, there's caustic traps. We don't have a caustic.
Yeah, I heard somebody. I can't tell where it's coming from.
Yeah, there's another place like Georgine's 2 or whatever it's called. It's like a Georgine's is like a pretty decent restaurant. Georgine's 2 is like super gross. It's like the food's really good, but like, they have you go in there and it's like oh yeah,
I hear
a
enemies.
drone too.
They're coming upstairs. Got
Nice.
one.
Forgot to put it on full auto, but I fixed that. I got your back, bro.
Just executing
Nice.
that fool. Oh,
I'm right.
he was solo, I think.
Well, no, because he didn't turn right to a box. Oh, they're right there.
He had no
box fell down.
Okay.
Box is down here.
I hit that dude for 28.
Alright. Somebody else is coming?
Where you at, fucker?
She's dead. Save your ammo, bro.
Yeah. I let him off my trigger like a half second after she died, and oh, that was funny. Maybe there's a
No,
little
no,
lag
he
there or
was
something.
shooting some shit at her. Yeah, no, I
Oh,
wasn't
yeah,
talking to
okay.
you. you can shoot all the dead people you want.
I was like, damn, that was a quick reaction. I was just like, man, Joe's on a whole nother plane of existence.
You taking him out? Come here, Opie. Opie, come here.
Take him out if he wants to come in.
Alright, Opie, come on, Pop. Alright, so I got 1 kill, 1 assist. And we're 13. I need.
I got
ammo.
1 kill, no
I
assist.
don't really have a lot of
assist.
ammos. Light
What
and
kind?
heavy. I have 90 light, but I have like 40. Oh,
I
here,
saw it.
teammate, take this.
Oh,
Yo, are you fucking kidding me? Yeah.
did he just EMP us? Fucking moron.
Oh, you need health? Hey, buddy. Check that out.
Oh,
Yeah.
you need help after you fucking killed
For
yourself?
real,
Suck
like-
a dick.
The fuck is wrong with you?
Got some. Let me give you some. Well, I'm just gonna let it go.
I mean, it didn't seem to do damage to me, which I'm surprised about. Oh, nice. Knocked it when it was gold.
Is there a
No,
dude over there?
shooting the
No, that was just
the
some
free
shit
balls.
flying off of the free balls. I'm hoping this kid's just a dumbass and he didn't do that on purpose, but
Get out of here. This is my loot.
excuse me.
Oh, here, there's a...
Excuse me, kid, are you a dumbass?
Let's go this way.
Put your shield battery away, you idiot. What are you doing, you idiot? You'll never be able to see through that shield cell. You see him? Oh, he put it away.
How does he have
It's
that
just some
shield cell
glitch.
out?
Yeah.
It's a glitch, yeah. I don't know where to go. We better run
Yeah.
toward the circle, I guess.
I was just like punching him because he's an idiot. And then he like dropped the sniper stock. Like, it's not...
Yeah, I don't know if the EMP damaged me or not. Did you say it did, though? Did you say that
No,
it said it did?
I don't know.
Could
I don't
damage
think
you?
it did. Didn't seem like it did.
Thanks.
These bins down here are
Oh,
not open
okay,
in
yeah,
this
let's do
little
that.
valley, with the walls coming
Oh, I
in.
hear some shots over there.
Level 3.
Let's explore this way.
Oh, what the fuck?
Oh yeah, there's Gibraltar,
kids
man.
in front of us?
Oh, and the walls here. Fuck me.
Shit. Yeah, we gotta.
They're zipping up to the building.
Shit, I see a kid jumping off this. Yeah. Another one. Another one. I guess we.
Yeah.
Do you want to
let's-
fight him? Yeah. I broke his shield.
And he's just like looting my.
I got another
Oh shit!
one.
There's people out there.
Okay. Okay. I'm coming back out. I'm coming back out. I'm
Okay.
in the storm. Yeah, ping
They're
them
right
if you
there?
will.
Oh nice, they're down.
Good deal.
And they're dead. I got an assist for that.
More dudes, more dudes.
I hope that was our
Yeah,
fucking
where they-
teammate who just like lit me on fucking fire. I don't know if they can.
You got any
I have two,
syringes?
but yeah, here, take them. No,
I'll take
them both,
one
take them
anyway
both.
if you can.
You need them. You
You
need
take
more
one,
than
I'll
I do.
take one. Alright. There's a box in the yeah, let's just probably all stay out of the storm. There's some shit in this box inside this building that I ran into where we're just beside it here, you know? But I don't know what. I don't know what's in there. Here's light rounds.
All right, I grabbed some heals from that box.
Level 2. Standard stock here.
Nice.
Level 1.
Shit. Shit.
Shit.
Oh,
Nice.
down that bitch. He shouldn't have been in the storm. Machine.
30 seconds and then we gotta go. Well, actually, we should go sooner than that because we got a little bit of a run. 30 seconds and it moves. Yeah, I got 12. I'm good.
Need to recharge my shields.
Alright. Oh shit, yeah, we gotta get the fuck out. We're gonna die. Oh my god.
I can see that the rings moving.
Oh, sorry, I couldn't say that for you guys because I put myself in a bad situation.
Oh, climb up this. Oh shit. I'm trying to throw a fucking rescue zip line, but I can't.
Nice.
I'm a dead man. I'm a dead man. If you can get out, and I'll crawl towards the circle.
How, we gotta go kind of far, I think.
Yeah, don't forget your L button ability.
Yeah.
No damage for a second. I've got like 3 syringes. I think you better just run. I'm sure you're pretty geared after
Yeah,
we
you know what?
looted
I'm
all
coming
those
back.
boxes.
I can grab your banner.
Dude, don't kill yourself. Don't. You're dying.
All right, fine. I was gonna come back for your banner, but
Just, yeah, I mean, there's no way to. No, it's too much damage, dude.
I'll just
you'd
go
be
for
dead.
placement and get his points.
Yeah, we're already top 5, so that's a good thing. Sure, maybe that storm will kill some other unfortunate foos. Crazy fool. When you said 30 seconds, I should have realized that the wall was there and just started running
Yeah, so many times
because there's, all that damage from the second storm.
I loot till either the storm kills me or somebody comes along to fight and kills me.
Yeah. Blinded
Yeah.
by the loot.
Definitely. Ooh, actually. This is probably crazy.
Hey,
Oh,
there's
I'm not
another
gonna make it to you
squad.
anyway. Fuck. I was like, this is probably crazy if I can do a
No,
portal to
get-
you and get your shit and come back, but I won't make it the end time.
Dude, if you keep pushing the circle, you might be like top 2 or you might win.
Man, I
mean,
doubt I'll win. I'm not that good.
Danger.
Yeah, I mean, it might be might be 2 other squads of 1 too,
Oh, there's a drone.
They're in there with you. "45 seconds till the circle moves in." Well, that was gangsta.
Oh, you're kidding me. How did they get up? Unless that's number 2 and 3.
I don't know if it was the same guy. It was a good try, though. You're doing major
Ah,
damage.
man. Trying to hide and res.
That's a damn good game, really. I mean, we're like top 3 or 4. Number 4. Plenty of kills.
Yeah, so 4 gives us
Not bad.
multiplier of. So I got 100 points. So now I'm bronze 2. So I came up a whole level. So
Nice.
multiplier 15.
Yeah, I
So 2
also
kills,
got
2
100.
assists. So I got 60 points plus 40 for the match placement. Not bad.
I got 4 kills and you got 2, but I also got 100 points.
Oh, I got 4.
That's weird.
Or I got 2 assists as well. Yeah.
Assists. Okay, yeah, I don't know if I even had any assists. Let me pee
Yeah,
real
I'm
quick.
gonna
I'll
get
be
a
right
check.
back.
Sounds good.
All right.
Alright, I'm back. Yeah, that's like my favorite thing to happen. Come in like fire 4 shots and get 8 boxes. Take what I can get. No, it's yeah. You got the 2 escape abilities to get away from, especially for us, because we always need to run away from the storm. So.
Yeah, they should give the Wraith the ability to close. They should give the Pathfinder the ability to take down a zip line, and the Wraith the ability to close their portal.
Yeah, I agree with the Wraith one, not so much the Pathfinder. Because the Pathfinder, I think he's already, in my opinion, he's already in a class of his own. And there's places where...
Well, that's true. He's got
right,
both
there's
the
places where
grapple
only
and the-
he can get. So if he could get somewhere with a zip line, say, destroy it, then grapple up even higher, like he'd be untouchable. And
Oh, that's true. That's true. Yeah.
so that's actually a
Yeah,
common
that is.
discussion on the Apex Legends group about people wanting to be able to take down his zip line.
Yeah, that is a good argument. Dude, I cannot find a gun. I'm getting all kinds of power-ups and
And I have-
attachments.
I have a scout and a flatline, so I can give you one of these.
Wait, I haven't gone to this last room, maybe? No, I did. I'll take anything,
There you go.
whatever you don't want. Okay, thanks. Yeah, you know, I didn't even get a chance to use that double tap shit on this last game because I switched it in the middle of combat,
Wow.
and then I had to shoot at a kid with it, and then I forgot to. But I'm sure there'll be more games with more double
Yeah.
taps.
Oh, it's purple. Damn it, I tried to get it when it was gold.
There's
I
a
could
heavy
use
mag,
that. I don't have the
purple
bolts
heavy.
to go into it, but... I'm about to get my portal so I can pop that when it's time to go, because I don't know how far we gotta run.
You know, I'm picking that alternator back up, but there's a devotion
Oh,
up here.
nice. There's body shields over here. I got a
Ooh, I just found one
level
over here.
2
Thank you.
sniper
though.
stock in this building.
Okay, I'm coming up to you for that sniper stock.
Sniper stock right here.
Sniper stock here. Level 2.
Thank you.
I need a better light gun. There's only P2020 here.
Hey, here's a
Oh.
med kit.
If you insist.
Yeah, I got pretty good heals.
Okay, he just said the ring's not far. Okay, it's
Hey,
not too bad.
As a matter of fact, oh, never mind. I'm gonna give you a Phoenix
Oh.
kit. I've got 2 Phoenix kits, and I just picked up another med kit. So
Nice. Thank you, sir.
nope. prob.
Shotgun ammo here. Shotgun bolt here.
Somewhere.
Level 1.
Okay, I can,
Ultimate accelerant here.
shit.
Heads up. The ring's moving.
Another ultimate accelerant.
Let's go through this gap here, and I can send us a zip line to the circle if need be. Oh, we're practically at the circle after we go
Okay.
through the gap.
I'm on my way to you. Oh, I could use that on my flat line if no one's gonna use that shit.
Dibs.
Yeah, take that shit.
Yeah, I am, but I'm streaming. What's up? I got like energy weapon attachments if anybody needs them bitches.
Here's a purple energy mag. I don't need it. I'm double light.
Carry that maybe for later. See my indecisiveness, man. I'm carrying like
Yeah,
right,
but
I'm
heck,
carrying
you might
extra.
need it.
I'm carrying 100 energy rounds and a level 3 energy clip just in case I need it.
Oh,
Like,
You're running
oh,
the wrong way.
I'm a dum dum.
Circle's about
Yeah,
to close.
nah.
Is what I'm
I know.
saying.
I'm just being a dum dum. I was there. I figured I would just loot.
All right. Did you ever watch the Flintstones as a kid?
Yes, but I haven't
And
seen.
there was that fucking alien, and you would call
Yeah.
them dum dums.
Who was it? Zulu? What was his name?
Something like that. It's Z something, I think. I can't remember exactly, but yeah, you got the idea.
Like, I didn't really put much thought into like cartoons as a kid. I knew like which ones I liked, which ones I didn't like, but like that doesn't
Yeah,
make
yeah.
any sense. Why there's a
Well, the
yeah,
alien
like,
and the
why
caveman.
Well, yeah, why is there an alien? Like, and it's kind of fucked up. Like,
Level 3.
he's still watching them. Like, he could teleport or something. I don't know if he had like a flying ship. I remember he would just like appear behind Fred.
Yeah, he could pop into. He could like teleport or something. I can't remember if he had a
But
ship.
like,
Maybe
you're
so.
watching these people like use their feet as brakes, and you're not like you have the ability to stop all that,
Yeah.
and you're not.
Oh
Like,
yeah,
that's
right.
Kind of
Yeah.
fucked up.
Break them off
Yeah,
a little
like-
technology here.
All they need is like a lever and a fulcrum. You know what I mean? Let's stick in a fulcrum point, and they and they
Bitch-ass
just like
Martians.
rub a stick on like the stone wheels to slow them down or something. But he's like, I'm gonna keep all that knowledge to myself.
Yeah, what a dick. Maybe he thought if they didn't do it for themselves, they wouldn't get the brain gooder from it.
Maybe he figured, because yeah, if you tamper with time travel, although it may not be time travel maybe at the same time, it's just different, whatever.
Oh, I see. Oh, because
Yeah,
he's
but if
so
you tamper
advanced,
with it,
right,
I mean, right? Maybe if we didn't figure out how to do that stuff, we would have never been top of the food chain. Figure out how to put animals in cages. Maybe we would have just been bums and.
Right. Just fucking berry eating bums. Oh
You
shit!
never know.
This is why your channel's going to be
Yeah,
a
because
success.
we're
Joe.
talking, because we put serious thought into the Flintstones.
We're like fucking Step Brothers when they make the little video for their company and they're like, we're doing the research, and it shows them like shocking a bug or some shit or whatever the fuck,
Yeah.
some stupid shit. Oh shit! Oh, you fucking flying
Yeah, it
free
just went
shit
into
ball
the storm.
running away from us. Man, I haven't seen another soul in Murtalpa
Yeah,
yet.
no, I haven't heard anything either. Like everywhere running, like hasn't been looted.
Yeah,
So,
I haven't
like,
heard I haven't heard a gunshot.
I don't know if we're
It's
going.
crazy. I'm sure we're about to meet somebody with this circle
Yeah.
size though, with 8 squads.
Oh, I think I hear shots now.
Wow, and none of us have better than no armor.
Alright, I'm dropping this 80 energy. I'm committing to my loadout. We're like at end game now, basically. It's about time I commit to what I have.
In game, no
Yeah.
armor.
Oh, wait. There's the
I
train.
mean, light armor. Train.
Anybody on this motherfucker? No. This whole station's not looted.
Oh, did you know you can stop the train?
Yeah, it doesn't
manually?
stop immediately though. It stops at like
Okay.
the next designated station or something. Yo, what up there, Grimbo?
Yo.
Yeah.
Talking about the train.
Yeah. Dude, I don't. We need to take some cover or something. This shit is too small
Blue
to
blue
not
helmet
see
here.
another
Grab
squad
this
when there's 8
before you
fucking
seize it.
squads.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yeah, I agree.
Let's get towards the circle, I guess.
I'm right.
God damn you, train! Oh, you son of a bitch!
Oh no. All right.
Another blue helmet.
And I guess should make sure I have some throwables. I don't think I need 320 heavy rounds. Ooh,
Ooh, 3 squads just got
Really?
taken out.
they must have died to the storm. Oh, there we go. There's
Oh, yeah, I
the
think you're
4th.
right,
Now
yeah.
we're down to 4 squads.
Oh, we're
Yeah,
we have to go back
I have to
outside.
make top
to
3
get
as a
toward the
challenge,
circle.
so we need to stay out
Okay.
of sight.
Sounds good. I can zip us out of here
Okay.
if need be. I've got the top 3 as a challenge as well. But maybe we should get on the roof or something so we
Yeah,
can.
I'm heading
Oh, you're
up
up here.
there.
Never mind.
Sniper stock here.
I'm looking for armor for you guys. Storm's gonna move in 23 seconds.
Yeah, try to keep your head down.
Actually, I'm gonna take that. I'm gonna drop this alternator. Take the 301.
Yeah.
Alternator here.
Okay, hey, we can't hide here anymore
Oh, shit,
because
yep.
the storm's about to come in, and it's right next to us. I'm
Okay.
throwing a zip.
Come on, you run.
I'm gonna throw it up to
Okay,
the top of
the
the hill.
teammate's running the wrong way.
He'll learn
Yeah,
the hard
man.
way. Damn, there's no cover out in this bitch. Damn. R99 in here.
I'm gonna take this little throwable.
How are we not seeing anybody? This
Yeah, it
is
is.
fucking tense.
If I was crypto, I'd throw my drone. I kind of wish I was crypto so I could know what's happening.
Yeah. Come on, kill another squad, Storm. Oh, I heard a gunshot.
I kind of want to see if that's a Kraber. If there's a Kraber, I think I'm gonna try using it.
You're a madman.
Oh, gold helmet. Oh, so I just dropped the purple? Oh, he picked up my purple. You should probably have the gold helmet for your recharge your thing fast so we can get a bunch of zip lines. Take it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there's another zip line down there. Or not zip line, care package.
Oh. Fucking cable car or some shit coming up? Is there a cable car?
No? What?
I just saw some shit. Oh, it's a loot bot.
Oh.
It's a loot bot.
Yeah, no.
I don't want to shoot it. I don't want to shoot
Some
it.
weird
It'll
ass
give us
cable
away.
car following me.
I was like, what the fuck? No, I'm like, I don't think there's a cable car. Oh, being sniped at. No, we can't engage. We can't engage.
Ooh.
We need,
No, maybe that's normal.
I think, yeah.
Where are they? Will you ping
There.
them if you see them? Damn, I only
I
got
got
them.
2x. That's it.
I think they may be getting attacked by somebody else too. What the fuck? I got nothing. I got no range. Oh, dude, there's somebody coming up on us over here.
Alright, wait.
He might. He went behind that rock. He might be taking that zip line.
I would need to survive. Oh, no, he's still moving. He's still coming up.
Maybe. Oh, okay.
It's a full squad.
I hit one for
They're
36
droning
behind
you.
that
They're
rock.
about to EMP you.
Shit.
EMP'd me too.
God damn it. He got me. Shield battery.
Fucking homos.
EMP homos.
My teammates straight up fucking went a complete opposite way, so I'm by myself. Fucking douchebags.
Ooh, I'm fucking him up over here.
One guy's got a gold shield. Oh, he just lit me on fire with a good ass grenade.
Ooh, I'm down, but I threw a fire grenade at him, and it's not doing anything.
Good to
God
know.
damn.
Yo, these fire grenades are on fucking point, man. One down.
Yay. Oh.
Oh,
Yeah, Joe.
man, two
Yeah,
down,
Joe.
but they got me.
Oh.
Oh, it was a different
so
squad.
Close to top 3, dude.
Because
that
that
was
squad
so
just,
close.
the person,
Oh,
the two people that downed, I could see the Wraith and she just turned to a box. So somebody either killed the third or shot her and killed her.
Yeah. It's probably those fuckers that were sniping at us. I didn't find anything but a 1x or a 6x that whole game.
Yeah, that's
I didn't want a
tough.
6x. Well, wait for the
Yeah.
Grimster. The Reaper.
Reaper squad.
No, we're fighting these people now. I led them back to my teammates. One of them's down now.
Yeah, kick their
Like
ass.
fucking bitches.
Nothing worse than some little bitches on your team.
Yeah, I fucking hate this
Since
shit.
you ordered your dinner, I've been thinking about the chicken parm that's in my fridge. And I can't stop.
Oh yeah, that's what you said.
Yeah.
Gave you heartburn,
But it was
right?
so good though. Like Kim hit it out of the fucking park, man. It
It's
was
a love-hate.
so good. Of course, we even had
Yeah, chicken parm's fucking delicious.
we haven't
I
had
haven't
like a
had
home
one.
cooked meal because she's been working late every day. So like I don't cook for myself. I make like I've been getting these like PF Chang's like frozen Chinese food type things, and I just like let me just fry the chicken up real quick. It's like a little bit of oil. Then some of them you fry the chicken and then you add the sauce. Some of them you just dump everything in and it's got like little cubes of like the sauce. You just put it in, cover it, and cooks for like 6 minutes, and then it's done. So while that's cooking, I just like am making a little pot of rice. I have just like rice and like a kind of like a General Chow's chicken, and it's like I don't know, $6, and it's good, and I can have it whenever I want. And it's probably healthier than actual like takeout.
Oh, so do you get the PF Chang's? Is it just the chicken and sauce and shit, and then you get rice?
Yeah, it's like
separately?
the one I really like. It's actually called General Chang's chicken, and it's like chicken and broccoli and like peppers and onions and all that stuff, and then like sauce in it, and then I just make white rice on the side. And I have like instant white rice, so it's like within the 6 minutes it takes for the chicken to cook. Like I boil water and make rice in 5.
Nice.
Yeah, it's making me hungry.
With your chicken parm, do you fry the chicken? Do you like bread and
Yes.
fry the chicken, or is it just like
No, what
no
are we,
bread?
we're
Okay.
fucking communists? Yeah, of course we bread the chicken.
What kind of? I've been experimenting with fried chicken breadings at home sometime, and like I'll do, well, sometimes I'll put a plate of flour, and then I'll mix some flour and breadcrumbs and spices in a bag, and pour a little milk or something on a plate so you can dredge it. So you like dip it in flour, dip it in milk, and then you throw it in the bag and shake it all around. And that makes like a good thickness of crust when you deep fry it in a. I just use a pan to deep fry it, but.
Alright, send me an invite. I'm leaving.
The
Yeah, fuck
invite
those
sent
kids. Get with the G's. But like, what's your breading method?
Depends on how frisky we're feeling, but it's usually just like
Right.
egg white, or it's yeah, it's like an egg white, egg wash mix, flour, no, the other way around. It's flour, egg wash, and then breadcrumbs, and then sometimes we go back to the egg wash, back to the crumbs, and try to get like a double crust.
Yeah, like a double
It
thick.
depends on what it is. That seems to work better on like pork chops than it does chicken. But sometimes it just like falls off.
I can see that. Yeah.
But we use like for this we use like I bought like thin sliced chicken. Oh, it's so good.
Is the egg wash?
Yeah, it's milk,
and
egg, salt, pepper, usually cayenne pepper.
So first you do. What? Are you saying you dip it in the flour, then the egg wash, then the breadcrumbs,
Yes.
or what?
I haven't made it in a long time.
That sounds good
Kim
too.
made it
I might try
tonight,
that
and
sometime.
So like I said, I haven't made a home cooked meal in a long time. I'm pretty sure it's the flour, egg wash, then breadcrumbs. Is the way
I would have
good,
used
though.
egg, but I didn't have any
Okay.
eggs
Yeah.
at the time that I had the
Well,
chicken.
I mean, what came first? Clearly, the chicken came first because you had the chicken and no eggs. So
Right.
that
Meat.
conundrum is answered. It's always the chicken came first. But also, we used we've used a bunch of different breadcrumbs. One of my favorites, but Kim wasn't trying to do it for chicken parm, is you take like the French's crunchy onion things and you crunch them up. Yeah, they're
Oh shit. Oh, that's
really
Flavor
good.
Town, I bet. Dude, I might have to get some of those. That sounds like an awesome
Yeah.
fucking addition.
and then
That sounds better than like onion powder.
yeah, it's really good. And Kim found a recipe. Let's go blue. I'm sick of not seeing anybody.
All right.
And this was a while ago. We
Yeah.
haven't had this in a long time. But like stuffed pork chops. So like you make stuffing.
No, you want to land? You
I
wanna
was
land
gonna
like
go
here?
right. Let's do this big
Or-
door.
Alright, let's do it.
and then like slice open the pork chops. Got somebody landed with me, and put stuffing in it. It was like super good.
I'm dropping an alternator for you.
Okay.
So you gotta get some like pretty thick pork chops.
Okay,
oh,
yeah, I see
there's
them.
dudes. There's dudes.
In this building right here.
Yeah, they just went in the bottom door. I'm up here with Grimbo. Oh, we can't get in from up
Oh,
here.
that-
Shit. I'm down here with Zero. She's trying to run away.
Got one down.
I don't know where she
Oh, from
went.
behind us.
She lost me in the smoke. Oh, she's right here.
Oh, right here.
She ran through the
Get her
building.
where
Got another one. There's more. There's more. I got two
Was
down.
one of them a Bangalore?
Fuck. I don't know. As a Pathfinder and a Mirage.
Use some light on.
Here, I got 44. I'll drop.
Oh, it's another.
There's
It's a
20.
whole two more squads. We need to get some heals
Yeah, I
or
could
something.
use a shield.
Whatever you guys want.
I don't have any.
Yeah, I haven't either. Here, I'm gonna throw my drone out so we can see where they are. Oh, right here.
Oh, here's a
There's
dude.
some other
Here's a dude.
Here's the Bangalore.
Yeah, I thought she died.
She's right here.
She went
She's under the
somewhere in
steps.
the building. Here she is. Here she. Oh, okay.
There's somebody over there.
Somebody's shooting at us from over there as well.
Fuck. Oh, damn. Oh, this
This
shit's
shit
crazy.
is cray-cray.
Yeah, a Pathfinder just zipped up to there.
Creeping over there.
Yeah, maybe we ought to get out of here. I got 4 rounds in this
Alright.
fucking gun. Oh, there's somebody in this building. Oh,
Nice.
line up
Good
here.
shit.
Got her.
Is there a vest?
Fucking Spitfire in here. No.
Are you using energy, Zero? Okay, I have a
yeah,
charge
yeah.
rifle. I'm gonna be dropping that and I'll give you what's left of what I got. As soon as I find something.
Okay. I'm just using it because it's what I picked
Okay.
up right now, but I'll probably try to replace it. It's a Havoc.
Well, I can drop this for that, and then here, take 37 bullets.
Oh, thank you.
Well, there was people hiding over here.
Sure.
Check
Oh,
that out.
can't get out this way.
Hey, dude zipped up to that shit.
Yeah, it
so
was- I did shoot
So
my
be
charge
careful.
rifle at him a couple times, and he seemed to not want any smoke.
okay.
But he could have just hid and been ready to come back.
Nice.
Is that somebody
Nah,
else's
that's
drone
mine.
up there?
Guys,
I
we
thought
got
you were not
Yeah.
using it. Oh, it just stays
we
up
need to
there.
move toward the
Yeah,
ring
we got a
instead
far
of move that
run.
way because we got
Oh,
max run
shit.
almost.
There's a balloon up
Yeah.
here.
Okay. Nice.
Yeah, I need a vest if we see one. Oh, here's a bag.
This isn't a balloon. There is one over here, though.
We slaughtered like 4 people. And
Yeah. Oh,
couldn't
this
find
is
the
this is one of
vest.
those holes I fell in, Grim. Oh, here's vest here. There's
Oh,
white
cool.
vest. I'm grabbing this blue one.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
I was running and like stepped in one of those holes and like fell all the way to the bottom. I was like, what the fuck is happening?
Yeah.
I'm climbing back up the rope. I think that's a more
Alright.
direct way to.
Oh my god.
Oh my god! It threw me down. It didn't let me fucking
Oh,
dismount
we
the
gotta
rope.
go. Oh my god, it did the same thing to me.
I'll throw a
You have to
zip.
like jump off of it. Yeah,
I've got a
good
zip
shit.
line at the top. Oh, there's a balloon. Fuck! I should have took the balloon. It's okay though. It's about the same.
Yeah, we're doing good. Oh, here we go. And there's some bins.
Oh, I don't want to. Yeah, maybe
Blue
there's some
vest?
shit in these bins. Oh, I got one. Grim needs it.
Yep.
But
I'm too far away. I don't know. if
Yeah,
it's,
I
getting
don't think
hooked
it'd
up
be
and stuff.
smart. Yeah, we could use the train on these
Yeah, we
tracks.
could. Watch the tram car, please.
Oh, somebody's running. Just keep running, but there's an enemy way
Okay.
down there.
I hear footsteps to my left.
Okay. Tell me if you get attacked, I'll turn back.
To your left,
Yeah.
to my right.
Oh, they're right here.
Okay,
Nice. Good shit.
he's dead. Oh, he's got rounds.
Take whatever. I'm just grabbing some stuff at the bottom.
Somebody's right
Yeah.
in here.
Okay, Grim, we're almost to you.
I don't have any health
Oh,
for you,
shit.
Zero.
I'd better heal
Oh,
or I'm
whoa, there's a
dead
full
man.
fucking squad here.
Yeah, I got a little help. Okay, hey, don't engage,
They're right-
don't engage.
They were right in front of us and they're fighting Grim already.
Okay.
There's just a Bangalore left, I think. Oh no, Bangalore and a Gibraltar.
Oh god, I got stuck on scenery. Fuck. I was trying to run away a little bit and I got stuck on fucking park bench there or whatever.
Yeah, it is what it is.
Yeah, there was a bang and a Gibraltar. I hit the Gibraltar a little bit. Whoa, oh, I forgot we were in that big battle at the beginning though.
Yeah, and I got me one assist. But we placed 10, so that gave me 12
Nice.
points instead of 10. So I'll take it.
Well, I'm almost back to bronze 1, 16 points from 600 to 884 in a few games.
Nice. Yeah, I was surprised. It said I was at bronze 4 on the thing, but I was really in bronze 3. But it said I was at 300 and needed to get to 600, and I was surprised at how quickly that went. And I'm in bronze 2 with like I don't
Yeah.
even know how many points are left, but it went pretty quickly. I wish there was a way I could get, without stopping the stream, if I could go and make a clip of that 6-kill game I had earlier. But
Yeah,
but
no
there
problem.
isn't a way. Because I mean, we're climbing rank pretty quickly, so I was gonna go hop in and be like, we're climbing rank pretty quickly, or whatever.
Can you just
No,
clip
I would
it?
have had to clip it when it happened.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like right after.
Yeah.
I didn't think of it.
Yeah,
then.
we were, when the kills happened, we were still in the game. So I would have had to. I don't know, maybe I can find somebody from like Zero Logic that cares enough.
Is there a kid already down there? There's a kid landing right there.
Oh no, that's a free
Oh no,
ball.
that's a loot ball.
Free shit ball.
Free shit balls.
Free shit balls for everybody.
I need one because there's no
I just picked
guns.
up a 99, that's all so far.
Oh, I found that beam rifle.
Oh, there,
All I found was a fucking barrel stabilizer. What the fuck?
there's a hemlock. I
How's that
just
even
pinned.
possible?
What happened to it?
The thing was, it goes gold and then purple after. So I shot it when it looked like gold, but then all I got was a white barrel stabilizer, and that's it.
Huh.
There should be more. I mean, even if it's blue. There should be something blue in it.
Yeah,
it should be.
there was nothing
Oh,
else.
here's another one. Shit. It's flying into the station. It's flying into the train station here.
Oh shit. There's a 2X site.
Ah, more shitty shit. I'll take
Okay.
that anyway. Guess I'll take a helmet. There's
all
a Havoc in that room.
There's a Hemlock back in that, like where, like over there.
Yeah,
There's also a alternator over here. And a devotion. I have the ammo for it.
There's select fire. There's another Havoc.
I guess I'll take the 3X.
Yeah, it's up here in the middle. Load,
Okay,
Joe.
I have more energy ammo if somebody wants that devotion or whatever. Oh, train's here. I was wondering what all that noise was.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah.
there's
oh,
more
shit.
energy here.
Attention.
Oh, that was me. That's all.
Oh shit.
Oh shit! Somebody's here. Somebody's here.
Yeah, they're down.
Hit him for about 80.
I don't know if they have anybody with them. No,
Got
I
a yes?
finished. Yeah, people are running in from the north side. I just saw them run across.
North side. Okay, okay. Trying to heal.
I saw them over there.
Oh,
Oh,
shit.
you're on the
I've
train?
only got shields.
Okay.
I'm jumping off this train.
Alright.
I'm jumping off.
Here, no.
You going
off
on
of
the
it.
train? You jumping off? Right?
Here,
No,
here,
I jumped off.
I picked up
Do you
a
see
Phoenix
these guys
kit.
still? Okay. Oh damn! I
Or-
shouldn't have
or
popped
here,
that
here,
shit.
you can do
Thank
this.
you. Okay. Here's your Phoenix kit back.
Sure. Oh, they're on the other side of the tracks.
All right. I'm almost healed.
They're pushing me because they just about broke my shield. Oh, they're pushing Grim. Nice.
One down.
Oh, there's somebody else shooting me. Oh shit! I
you.
put
Nope.
my drone out. No. Fuck. I forgot what it was. They're up on the steps. Somewhere.
No, they're on the roof.
Got another. Oh goddamn! We stomped that squad's ass, and the other one
Yeah,
got
man, I
us.
forgot who I was. I'm like running away and like threw my drone out. So then like my guy stopped running.
Yeah, we were doing fine. We just got. I guess that was third party. I don't know if that was the same squad. Oh yeah, it was third party because they were
Yeah.
on the roof.
Yeah, there was the one person on the train and then two people and then more people on the roof. So I don't know who was with me.
That beam rifle's not
Really,
so
I
bad.
haven't been able to get it to like do stuff for me.
It's not. It's hard to aim with. It's hard to. But that thing does tick off. It ticks off about 2 times a second on the 3 damage that it's doing. But man, it is hard to get used to tracking them until it pops. Even though it's a quick charge, it's hard to get used to. I missed. I probably got 2 hits and 2 misses when I was fighting the one kid.
Okay. Yeah, I've used it like twice, and it's the most it's ever done was I shot it at that Pathfinder that was up on that tower 2 games ago, and I scared him off. That was the most it's ever done. So.
I make this look good. Literally, this hair, this face. I mean, come on, you see it? This is my favorite part. What you see is not what you get.
We want to
Ow! Oh, I just stubbed my fucking toe.
Oh,
That sucked.
yeah, man,
That's
that
never
hurts like
fun.
hell.
Yeah, no, definitely not fun.
I'm the jump master. I won't let you down, except by following.
Shoot, where'd it go? I'm gonna go somewhere toward the end of the map here.
Alright.
Maybe we don't. I'm fine with whatever.
What'd you ping? Oh, I see.
Hell.
Okay. Sound. Little drop there.
Hold your breath if you have to breathe.
We have somebody with us. Oh, they landed right at the door with me. And they picked up the blue.
Oh shit!
Vest?
Yeah, same. Oh my god! I'm running away. I'm running to another building or something. Oh, there one landed over here too, Joe. I don't have a gun yet. Now I got an alternator.
This guy's down. I want your blue vest, bro.
Okay. Oh,
Nice.
Grim. Yeah, come toward Grim.
Alright.
He's fighting too. Oh, never mind. He pooped on him.
It's so unhygienic.
Grim was like,
It could use
"Sucky,
health."
sucky eye.
We got health.
Let me see. Let me see.
Oh,
Let me
no, I
see.
got no help.
I got
Sorry,
shield
I got a shield
batteries.
battery. Here's a couple of bins.
Oh shit, my controller batteries are low. I'm gonna switch real quick. BRB.
Damn, no heals. Okay. Dude, I still have not found any heals, Grim. I've been looking. Here's a med kit. Hey Grim, is your mic working?
What?
Oh, I was just wondering if your mic was working.
Yeah, I found him. Thanks.
Somebody's over here with me. Yeah, I guess. I hear people running around the outside.
Oh, where'd that clip go? Is it gone?
It's in that building.
No, I
Grim.
found it. I found it.
Oh yeah, I hear somebody
On the
close.
outside?
Where's he at? Where's he at? He's real close to us, Grim. There's one guy in that building we just came
Behind
from.
us, Grim. Behind us. I just heard footsteps.
He's running toward us.
All right, let's just cover.
Shit.
Giving my shields a recharge.
Can
Yeah, I
you
can hear
fuckers
you.
hear me? Okay.
Fuck, I'm shooting through him with the fucking peacekeeper. God damn it, man.
He's dead.
Oh,
He's
we're no
dead.
behind you, Grim.
Shit. Oh shit. Oh shit.
He's almost dead. I'm fucking
Nice.
up real bad.
Got him. Got him.
Thank you.
Don't worry, I'm here.
I'll
Okay,
get Grim up
thank you.
too.
Eyes on the new kill.
I can't get over you. Alright. I need a bag.
I saw one somewhere, dude, but I don't know
I'm
where.
dropping a prowler and I got energy ammo. Where's this syringe there or something? You
Yeah.
did?
Yeah,
I'll
go ahead.
take that. Oh, I'll give it to you, Joe, because you're worse off than I am. No, you can
I
have
need
it.
a fucking bag so bad. There's so much stuff I can't pick up.
Oh, here's a bag.
Nice. Thank you.
Oh, I have energy ammo
Devotion.
on me.
There's energy ammo in this too. Oh no, there's not, but there's an
Put the
even a
devotion
devotion
there,
in this.
but here's the ammo. Alright, we need to get out of here. Walls coming in.
Oh yeah, okay.
Yeah, I need to grab all this stuff.
What's this
That's my
fucking?
drone.
What's this glowing green shit? Oh, okay. 3X. I'm headed towards you, Grim, but you're way ahead.
I'm just running straight into the circle.
All right. Joe, I'm gonna set a zip line on
Alright,
market.
that'd be swell.
Yeah.
Oh my god, the ring's like right on my fucking ass. Oh, lava.
You didn't leave
No,
there
it's-
yet, Joe?
Yeah, I had to run back and pick up the bag and all that stuff that I didn't have. I had to go get that stuff.
Yo,
Hold on,
what is
let me
that?
He's down, I can't hear you.
Said I had to go
What'd you
back and
say?
get the bag and all that stuff that's zero ping for me.
What is that shit in the sky, Grim? That blue
That's a train.
marker.
That's the
moving
train.
around. Oh, okay. Thank you.
I might be hearing people.
Yeah, I couldn't tell either. Yep, there are. They're above us.
Right
No, they're
there.
not.
God damn.
I hurt him pretty bad. His shield's not broken, but he's hurt pretty bad.
Surprise, motherfucker!
Oh, somebody
the
else
fuck?
is running into that room. Somebody's running around the back of the building over in this. Oh, here they are. Two of them. Oh, damn. That might have been 2 squads, dude. I'm not sure. I think it was 2 squads. Hey, top 10, fuck.
Nice.
We're making at least top 10 on
Yeah.
every match.
Well, probably because we're playing bronze folk. we're all about.
Yeah,
that.
that's true. That's true. We made several top 5s.
Yeah.
I gotta pee. I'll be right back.
Alright. Oh, I'm 12 away from bronze 1, so I almost leveled up. What about you?
I'm
bronze
191 away from bronze 1.
How? I feel like you've been getting more kills than me or something. I don't know.
Well, yeah.
Right? That's
Well,
how it feels
well, I
to
mean,
me.
not a whole lot, but yeah, I was a level below you, and now I'm.
Oh, you were
No,
level
I'm-
below. Oh, so you already leveled up to
Yeah.
bronze 2, and now almost bronze 1. Oh, okay. That makes sense.
What am I listening to? I'm gonna put my dick in your ass. I'm gonna put my dick in your ass. I'm gonna put my dick in your ass.
Sounds like they picked out songs.
So
specifically for
it's
you.
by a rapper named Stitches. Song is called Miley Cyrus, and the chorus goes, "I'm gonna put
Oh,
my dick in your
Stitches?
ass." No.
You never heard Stitches?
Well, if you know who Stitches
the
is,
song?
you should know
Something
his
about-
Miley Cyrus song about sticking his dick in her ass.
I put that brick up in your face. Know what you gonna do with it? Know what you gonna do with it? I put that brick up in your face. You don't know that song?
Nope.
It's some white dude from Florida with all these tattoos. He has like mouth stitch tattoos on his mouth. He was never super mainstream, but I feel like a lot of people know who he is.
Nope.
Who is it?
Stitches?
Oh no, I've not heard of him. A rapper.
Yeah. Yeah, white dude
Yeah, I haven't
from
heard of him.
Florida. He had a song like, I put that brick up in your face. Know what you gonna do with it? Know what you gonna do with it?
I feel like that's a tasteful choice, the mouth stitches.
Yeah, you probably won't regret that in 30 years.
And yeah, right. At his concerts, he would have fake bricks of coke. That was like, I don't know, confectioner sugar or something, and he'd like throw it all over the crowd and stuff like that.
That's funny.
Maybe it was real Coke.
This dude I used to work for. Yeah. Shit.
Yeah,
He's
most
rolling
expensive
in the dough.
concert ever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This dude I used to work for was telling me about this fucking degenerate that he used to work with, and the guy had a fucking tattoo of an elephant sodomizing an ostrich.
What?
Yeah.
An elephant on ostrich.
Fucking an ostrich in the
Like,
butthole.
he's definitely not gonna regret that one, ever.
No. The guy was
I don't think I've been
apparently
in
a
here yet.
psychopath,
I'm
you
gonna see
know?
what that is.
Alright.
Oh, that's where that water spout is.
Yeah, we ran through it one time.
Alrighty. Yeah, I don't know if
Oh,
I've
so-
been here yet or not.
The dude Stitches also offered, I think it was the game, it was some black rapper, like, to fight. And then the game, like, didn't respond or something, so Stitches made a video of himself. He like stalked him and then waited outside of a club and then came out and tried to fight the dude, and then the dude's bouncer just like sucker punched him and like knocked him the fuck out.
Why do you want to fight
Yeah.
him? Did he mention him or something?
Probably because he
I
needed
don't know.
fucking.
Probably he was talking
Yeah, the
shit
game
or
will
something.
fuck him up, I'm sure. Yeah.
And he needed
Yeah.
clout. Doing anything for clout. Yeah.
I know, I'm sure I've heard of the game and I've probably heard his songs, but I don't know what he looks like.
He's just like a.
Is he pretty
He's
pretty
not
buffed
really.
out?
He's kind of a taller, skinny, lanky. He's not really lanky.
He's he could
yeah.
probably fight that for sure. I think.
I mean, he's like from the streets.
You know,
Like Stitches would probably have
I'm
got
sure
his
he would've.
ass
right from
Yeah,
from the
yeah.
streets.
He's a blood. You know what I mean? So like he's got the game's got some street life in him. Stitches,
Right,
I'm
right.
sure, has zero streets life in him.
This
Yeah.
I'm unsure. I mean, if you have fucking Stitches tattooed around your lips, I just don't fucking know. There's something there motivating you that's fucking out of the
Yeah,
mainstream.
but
Yeah,
yeah, I mean, yeah, that's all it is.
People can just
Yeah,
It's like
pretend
a
to be
$100
anybody.
tattoo,
and
probably.
Yeah,
People that
right.
don't know better
Yeah.
believe it.
Face tattoos.
Oh, that shit's
are
all looted.
It's
And
just
that
like
wasn't
jail.
enough.
Like you go to jail, you can be anybody you want. You just tell them any story you want.
You guys want to come investigate?
I
Or
don't
is
know,
one
I'm
near me?
looting this
I'm
cool
with you.
stuff.
Oh, you are. Yeah, that definitely wasn't us.
Alright, I'm gonna drop this
I
301
don't
for
see
the
anybody yet.
Spitfire.
Yeah, they moved on somewhere. You know, 50 Cent. He got some pretty big arms. He's in pretty good shape, you know. But a friend of mine showed me this picture, like a promo picture with him and Eminem one time, and you couldn't tell whose arms were bigger, dude. And you think Eminem, you don't really think of like a muscular dude, you know. But like, I mean, in that picture anyway, I don't know, maybe that was some Photoshop work, you know. But you couldn't tell.
Oh,
it was
Could have
more
also
buffed
been,
out.
I mean, like since he got cleaned, I mean, he's maybe trying to take care of his body. I mean, I
Yeah,
don't
he
know.
might have been working out. Yeah, I mean, this was years ago, but this was like 2008
Oh, yeah,
or
I
9
don't think he
or
was
something.
clean
That's all
then.
this shit.
I don't know, maybe he was.
But I don't know. You know, maybe he had been working out. Or
But
something,
also,
you know.
or maybe,
But I mean, I work out a little bit, and it takes some
Yeah, it
time
definitely
to
does.
build up pretty big arms.
but I
you know.
mean, maybe 50 picked up the crack pipe.
unless you're, but if
Yeah.
you're a celebrity,
Oh, you know what? Actually,
yeah. Gave him
speaking
some
of
crack
that,
and roids.
there was a role 50 played in a movie where he played a football player who got cancer.
Oh, I saw that
and he
shit.
lost a bunch of weight for that. So it could have been.
Yeah, he was skinny
Yeah,
as shit, wasn't he? Oh, now that's true, but I mean, he didn't look. I mean, he didn't look like. They both
You
looked
got
like they
yourself
had
a
big
purple
arms. That's what
bag.
I'm saying.
Noise.
Hail to the yeah. take that. Oh, I have a white bag. Okay. Oh, somebody's getting brought back.
Let's go.
Not
right
on
in front
my
of us.
watch. See where it is?
No. Yeah, right over here.
Oh my god, I'm like in between so many people. There's multiple squads, I think. There's 3 people and 1 just dropped. I had to ghost and retreat.
Yeah, somebody threw a grenade behind us.
That grenade kind of fucked me up, but we got the kill. Good
I
shit.
executed that too, yeah.
There was 3 people around here. There was one
Yeah.
in there, someone shooting from back there, and then somewhere else. I don't remember where. Oh, you know what? I have a sniper rifle. See if I can do some sniper ass shit. Oh, I just saw him peeking out from behind there.
Okay.
Oh, someone's right here. No, light me on fire.
Shit, I'm coming.
Fuck. It's a fast guy like right there.
There's 2
I was
of them.
getting sniped
2
by
of
a
them.
boy. I'm fucking down.
Oh goddamn! Now I mean, it is 2 part. Fuck! There was there was literally like 4 guys shooting. I mean, I saw 3 guys on my screen and somebody was shooting me from behind. That was one of our classic getting third party. Hey, look, Joe and I both had 100.
Yeah, what are these? That's crazy. What are they
Oh,
doing?
yeah, he died.
Haha, but I lived longer.
Really dope.
Haha.
Yeah, man, that shit was tough,
Yeah.
dude.
Yeah.
Classic third party.
So I think we
victim.
were the third party in that situation. And they turned the tables on us.
Yeah, 4th party. We were 4th
Yeah.
party.
There's a lot of partying going on.
I mean, it's weird. I'm not having fun at all.
I don't even know who got raped. there.
I don't know. There were so many people. Like anybody could have got raped.
It was like 10
10 swinging
fucking,
dicks. I don't know.
What's his fucking? Yeah, 10 swinging. What's that fucking guy's name? Harvey something, the Hollywood dude. That guy.
Harvey Weinstein, like the rapist.
Weinstein, yeah. There's like 10 Harvey Weinsteins in that bitch, and 1 Jeffrey Epstein. And those Jewish guys like to rape people. I'll tell you what.
I'll tell you what. A rapist.
Oh, that fucking guy. Yeah, that's funny.
Alright, so I did my hair for this. Nothing wrong with looking good in the ring. I look good.
Like he makes beats.
Only if you look at #1 hits, there's like I don't know, a huge percentage are made by like him, somebody else. I think there's 3 of them, and they make like so it's like they have like a formula that like makes hits, and they just like write all these songs and produce all these songs and tracks, and shit gets crazy.
Yeah.
Let me Google that and see.
Have you ever heard? Yeah, have you ever heard that song? I think it's called 3 Chords or something like that. And it's some kind of parody band, but they cover like several songs in one track, and all these songs share this same chord progression. It's just like it's the same 3 chords in the same pattern.
Oh yeah, I saw that. I saw that.
Yeah.
3 chords can make like most songs apparently, from what I've seen.
Yeah, it's crazy. I'll have to Google that shit, but it's similar to what you're saying.
Where you want to jump, Zero?
Right here.
Right here. We doing it.
Oh, if anybody's viewing Joe's channel, that was just a joke about Jews being rapey.
Actually, it's not. You should go look him up. It's 0 Hour. Lives at 1 Hour Street. Dot. No location. Tennessee.
And you can't take Hollywood rapists as representative because there are a lot of Jewish guys in Hollywood.
So now what are you trying to say about the Jews?
Everybody got raked out here.
It's basically, Spielberg will come out as a rapist at some point.
I mean, maybe. I mean, he's been around long enough. There's got to be at least one person that he raped.
He raped E.T.
He fucking... Oh, somebody's on me. Somebody's on me.
That's
Somebody's
why
on me.
E.T. wanted to go home. I'm with you.
In the
Oh, we jump
flower?
down behind you.
Oh, you downed them, bro.
Noise. Hell yeah.
That's you. Take that. Take that, the purple shield. Or I'll take it or whatever.
Oh, thank you, thank you.
Whoa, no, whoa, fuck,
Yeah,
fuck,
go
fuck,
for it.
fuck.
Oh shit! More
Oh, I didn't
dudes!
get out of the... Okay. Grim got it. I didn't...
Oh hell.
No, I was the one who got
Oh.
the kill.
Oh, I thought
I thought you
Zero
were
got the
talking to
kill.
me.
Oh, they're right
I
here.
think
Where's
you killed
the
somebody
dude at?
else, man. It don't matter.
Oh, shit.
Shit, I'm trying to get... Got another one. See, you wouldn't want to be you.
They're right there. They're about to finish me off.
I'm coming, I'm coming. I was seeing if I had any more ammo. Oh, God. Dude, you must have hurt him because I broke his shield with a single EVA 8 shot from like 50 yards away or some shit.
Yeah.
Damn,
I'm not even sure
512
what
damage.
With the EVA, baby.
What do you want to do?
That's...
Oh, to go to bed. I did not wake up early enough. For some reason, I just couldn't fucking fall asleep last night. I never got my hair cut. I still didn't go breathe it. I have to actually try to wake up early tomorrow and do that shit.
Okay.
Yeah, I've been sleeping too late myself. I hope you have a good rest.
Yeah, I'll
Get
try.
some
I
shit
just-
accomplished.
Yeah, some movies on. You know what it was? It was some fucking old movie. Oh, the shit. The Spanish Prisoner with Steve Martin. You know what
That
I'm talking about?
sounds.
Never heard of that.
Oh, that sounds familiar. I've never seen it.
About some
It sounds
inventor
familiar.
who like invented something. Steve Martin's a rich businessman, and then he thinks Steve
Oh, the
Martin's rich
jerk?
and he's like a friend. No, not the jerk. And then he ends
Okay.
up like he's like a con man, and he like not only like steals his invention, but then like his company he gets put in jail because they think he's like trying to steal it, and then he gets framed for murder. Like he got really fucked. I just couldn't stop watching it. It was pretty good.
I'd like to see it. I like Steve Martin shit.
Yeah, I would recommend it.
I never heard of
even.
it.
I've heard of the title, and I've never seen of it. I've never seen the movie, but yeah, it's from like '89. It's old. I think 89.
Was that on
Some
cable
old
or
ass.
on some kind of streaming
on,
shit?
It was on cable. It's probably on Stars or something, or Indie.
Oh, yeah,
maybe.
okay.
One of them channels. Yeah, one
Gotcha.
of those movie channels. Yeah, but yeah, it's what
And it's called what?
The Spanish Prisoner.
Okay. I'll have to check it out.
Yeah. Yeah, it was pretty cool.
We got a
That's
kid
it.
on our team. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry, Grim.
Yeah, that came on at like 4 o'clock, so then I was up to like fucking 6. I was like trying to sleep, but I was like listening to it, and then I kept watching it, and then trying to close my eyes, but then I was watching it because it seemed interesting.
Yeah, I
fucked
listen
me
to
all up.
podcasts when I go to sleep.
Yeah, I live.
Yeah.
Yeah, I live alone right now, and I gotta have some kind of shit playing while I go to sleep. It just
Yeah.
helps, you know.
Yeah, usually if I put like some Science Channel shit on, I can like fade out to that, like stuff like outer space.
Some
and then
science,
just fucking
bitch.
fall asleep. Yeah. That usually helps. I mean, I like that stuff, so sometimes it doesn't work, but
Yeah,
I
but
do
outer
too,
space
because
stuff.
it'll
Yeah,
put
that
you
one.
out.
Oh
It'll
my
put
god,
you
somebody's in here with me?
yeah.
Yeah.
Alright, well, I'm about to go into the black
Alright.
hole.
Somebody's with me in Placid too,
Yeah,
and I
I'm
got
in.
no gun. Oh,
I ain't got a
shit.
gun either. I'm just running the fuck away.
Damn this
Listen.
game.
Adios,
fellas,
Grimbo.
I'll talk to
Thanks
you.
for the games.
Have a good one, Grim.
How are there no fucking guns over there? We both ran to like that parking lot and there's nothing.
I'm running back to the same building. Shit! Give me a gun, you bitch ass game. There's
Oh, shit,
ammo. There's all
they're
kinds
in
of
that
shit
room?
laying around. Dude, there's no guns.
I'm going over to this building. I'm actually
There's
going
a
to this
kid
building.
with just. Okay.
Closed door. Oh my god, there's more ammo, no fucking guns. This is insane. Oh, here's...
There's an
Alright,
Eva.
stick with me, I'll protect you.
Oh, I got one
Nice,
too. I got
alright.
an Eva too.
There's a 301 right there. I need a shield.
Right, all right.
Alright, I got an alternator. Oh, there's a... There's,
Oh, here's more guns, dude. Yeah, here's
alright,
a triple
I'm gonna grab
take.
this. Wingman. Oh, you guys got cool bags and stuff.
Noise.
I
can't believe we got away from two guys shooting at us. If that had been us shooting, they would have been dead
Yeah.
asses. If it was flipped.
Oh, what's your... Do you have...
That's not even our dude
and,
shooting.
Okay,
301.
shit, here. He's probably gonna take that. If he leaves that, I'll take this. I'll give you this ammo.
Oh, thank you. I've got
Okay.
plenty of it now.
I also got...
Got 118 rounds
Shotgun
plus a
bullets.
shotty.
Alright.
Take it,
I don't have any
thanks.
heals or a shield. Oh yeah, I don't know how we fucking got out of that alive.
Me neither. I guess they were fighting somebody else.
Yeah. I mean, it's really insane. Like, I thought I was dead like 4 different times.
Yeah. Hey, I'm picking up a med kit
Oh,
for you.
that'd be swell.
Here you go.
Thank you. Oh, there's a Phoenix kit down here, too.
Yeah, whatever. Here, I'll pick it up. Yeah, I'm gonna throw
Oh,
us
there's a
zip
train.
line.
You probably can't use
when
it
we
for the
get-
train. But it looks like it might be stopping.
Oh yeah, okay.
I could be wrong.
We can start it again, I think. Oh, I don't know. Yeah, okay, if it's stopping, somebody's
I don't
stopping
know.
it, right?
Maybe. I've gone to like...
Let's go kill the
Yes.
cabman. Let's go kill the driver.
I've gone to like hit the button. Yeah,
Here's an
it's
armor.
like, oh, it's already stopping, but I don't know if it's because somebody stopped it or it stops at certain things.
Oh yeah, maybe so.
It's already stopped at station.
Oh, it is a station. Okay.
The
Shit.
train just beeped. I guess it's going. There's a...
Yep, it's moving. It's
Okay.
moving. Get back on.
Yeah, yeah.
I guess. Yeah, get on it. Get on it. Take us to safety, Thomas the Tank Engine.
Thomas the Tank Engine. I'm like an action star. Or I'm like Teen Wolf surfing on the...
Are you
Yeah.
up on the fucking train? Oh, what does he surf on? It's been so
a
long since
van.
I've seen that movie.
But
Yeah. Damn, I ain't seen Teen Wolf in a long
I
time.
actually... Oh, whoa, it just took us into the storm. Oh, it's gonna pull us back out though.
Oh, bad idea. Fuck. Okay.
Oh, it might take too long to do that. I don't know. Come on, hurry up.
I think it's faster than
That's
we could
true.
go.
I don't know. It seems like it's like 20 feet ahead of us forever.
Damn you, train. Shitty train.
We're moving like parallel with it. We're not actually going in. Once we make this turn, we will. Maybe you should use that Phoenix kit.
Yeah, okay, good.
Just
Yeah.
look at all this loot that the hoarder in me is telling me I need to stop
Yeah.
for.
I'm gonna drop my other Phoenix kit for this kid. He's got no,
Yeah.
he's half health.
Shit. Maybe we should get off and run to the circle.
It's taking us. Oh, you're right. You're right.
Wait,
I'll throw us a. Okay, I'm coming. Oh my
let's
god.
just go. Yeah, let's just
Oh
go
my
that
god.
way.
Okay.
Oh man, it's in the circle anyway. Fuck. We should have stayed on. It's Hardy in safety.
No big. Here's some shit to loot.
Okay.
Wow, that's only down to 14 squads. That's kind of surprising.
Of course, where we get off, all this is fucking looted. All that stuff we passed that wasn't looted.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Oh, enemies. Right here.
Nice.
Got
Somebody
one
down
down.
a teammate.
Oh shit, yeah, right here, Gibraltar. Oh, two of them. Fuck. Good job, man.
They're not dead yet.
He's probably pinging you. Oh,
Yeah,
I didn't know
yeah,
that was
yeah.
our teammate. Oh, there he is. Nice. Looks like Mechanic just chewed you up.
Oh, they're just grenaded.
Yeah, if you want to loot first. Oh shit, more dudes? Damn. I wonder if that's the third one
I hope
that
it is.
squad or if that's another squad. He's around you. I heard him on the. He's up on the
Shit,
platform
and the
where you ran
fucking
from
thing's
originally,
coming
or where
in.
you chased the Gibraltar from. You gotta.
Just broke their shield.
You might want to take that balloon.
Yeah, I would
and
like
get
to kill this bitch.
Well,
Just took
yeah.
half her shields.
Yeah.
Anything you want from this?
Just whatever. No, just do what you can. That storm will hurt when it hits you. It's a.
Yeah, I'm
It's
bringing
coming
you
in
301 and some bullets.
Oh, thank you.
I
Thank you.
figured you'd rather have that than the wingman.
I just had white armor, I think.
Yeah, I stole your blue bag.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, no problem. Take what you need. Hey, there you go. 11 squads left, so you guys put that squad out, and then 2 others got taken out.
putting work in.
That's
Alright, so I'm gonna
right.
drop it right here by this thing. Shall wait till Flash the tuna so he doesn't steal it, so I'll wait till you drop.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Beginning ring countdown.
So I need a heavy gun. I have bullets but no gun. Oh, here's a peacekeeper.
Oh, okay, yeah, I'll take it.
Here's a bag and a vest.
Nice.
I'm gonna check. Oh, I see some blue. I think it's a vest. Yes. More vests. Nothing. RE45 here. Fuck! I need a heavy gun.
This building's been looted or something, but I'm gonna look in it, see if there's
Yeah, that
heavy
was
gun.
swell.
There.
No, there's energy ammo down
Not
the
up
bottom
top,
in the
anyway.
bag.
Oh, here's
yes.
a hemlock.
Perfect. I have all the ammo in the world for that.
I don't know if I want the Peacekeeper or Eva. I've been having some luck with that Eva. I think I had that double tap
just
on it
dropped
though,
an
earlier in the game.
Alternator. I don't know if you have light ammo. Probably not.
I'm gonna keep this 301.
Oh yeah, that's right. You do have a 3-1. Actually, if you there's
More
energy, there's a that, and I have a bunch.
I'm good with
I
what I
have
got.
160 energy. I could share some. I'm using a triple take.
If I had a
There's a purple
turbocharger,
shield in
I'd
that
take
building. Yeah, you should
Oh,
grab
hell
one and
yeah.
get that shit.
Thanks, good call.
Yes, sir. Blue bag on me.
All right.
Good day. You're like, yeah. I just dropped those 6 bullets, so I can pick up a Bernie stick. So, oh, it sounds like the shots that way.
Yeah, hey, I think that storm will burn the shit out of some of these kids. There's only 6 squads left. If you want to push them, we can, but this circle
Yeah.
is tiny.
Yeah, I'd like to get more kills.
All right, just
Yeah, be
don't
mindful of where the
maybe
circle
not
is,
go
yeah.
out of the circle or. Yeah.
I see a
Be ready
drone
to
right
retreat.
there. Fuck, I missed it. Cause I suck. Ooh.
Do you want to
Oh
throw
yeah, I
out your
forgot that it
drone?
was him. Mastiff.
Oh, I see kids running at that building up top.
Alright, let me throw my drone now.
Dude, less than a minute. Yeah, okay.
They're in that building. When they see my drone, they're shooting at it, and there's somebody right there.
No,
Yeah. I don't know. He's probably in the game room. Alright, I'm
Oh
coming.
shit, getting targeted by some shit. Oh hell yeah.
Oh shit, Opie's being a pain in the
Another
ass. I'm getting
squad,
fucked
another
up.
squad. Broke
Hey,
this
you put her
fucker's
in here.
shield.
Alright.
Got him. Let's get the
Okay,
fuck out of
yeah.
here. Get back to the circle. Get back to the circle.
Yeah, no.
I mean, I would
I'm with you.
recommend it. I downed the
He's-
one kid.
Oh
But,
shit.
yo,
fuck.
he got.
I don't
Over
know.
here.
Hit that light.
Got him.
He's not in here. So I can take Opie in here. Thank you. Oh, we're being shot.
Dude,
Yeah.
mechanic, we need you. We need
Yeah, I'm
you.
here.
Oh goddamn! Fuck you, Flaccid
Yeah,
Tuna,
yeah,
you
my
piece
bad.
of shit. God, that fucking
it's
kid
okay.
was an idiot. No, not you, that fucking dumbass. That
You
tuna.
fucking got the
Fuck.
cinnamon roll when I was sleeping.
Flaccid Tuna
Okay.
failed our whole.
Fuck you. Do it.
Okay, well, okay.
Feed him a fucking toy. I'm so mad at you.
Getting me in trouble talking. On fucking
Shit, what did Opie
Kim
do?
took him to bed with him, and Chib stayed out with me, and then she gave him a toy, and then he got another toy, one of Chib's toys, one that he actually like likes and plays with, and chewed and destroyed that. So he was actually, I heard like whimpering,
Oh.
and I wasn't sure like what it was. So it was actually Opie in the other bedroom like crying to get out. So I woke Kim up. So she came out, was just gonna kick him out, but then like I couldn't find Chibs. I didn't know like I thought maybe he was in here, but I didn't see him. So I was like checking when I was down, I was checking the crate. But so he's not here. So Chibs is out in the house somewhere. So I told her like, yeah, you can just put Opie in here with me. But she didn't want to listen to that.
We might have won that game if our stupid teammate chased a guy like way out of the circle, dude. And I was running back when right after you got down, I was running back and I saw somebody and I killed him. And then I came to like try to help you, and
Oh, right,
somebody
yeah.
shot me
Yeah, I
or
saw
something
that.
while I was helping you, and our teammate was like a mile away, dude. Our teammate was a fucking mile away out of the circle like a moron, and then he got instantly killed when I went down. I mean, it was like, fuck, you stupid bitch. Flaccid Tuna is an appropriate
Yeah.
name for you.
Yeah, I got fucked up when we were running back. I had no shields and half health.
Oh yeah. I was just saying I need you because I thought I was
Yeah.
about to get you up, and our fucking teammate was nowhere to be. I don't know what the fuck he was
Yeah.
doing. Fucking moron.
Yeah, I was.
We could have probably won that game just by running back to
Probably.
the circle if our teammate hadn't been a million miles
Probably.
away.
It's all Opie's fault. Fuck you, Opie.
Opie. No.
That's right. You better.
I should have killed that guy. If I'd noticed that our teammate was so far away, I might have just killed that guy and ran back to the circle or something because I knew you were occupied.
Right.
But
Yeah, well,
I
whatever.
didn't think.
I mean,
I figured I was like, I'll get you up and then you'll be
Yeah,
back.
that-
And, you know.
and I mean, I
It
was,
doesn't matter.
I was in
We
the
were
room,
top
so I
five.
mean, I was ready to jump back on the sticks. But
Yeah.
His, yeah,
Damn you,
it's all
Flaccid
Flaccid Opie's fault. Bad dog, lay down and think about what you did.
Hey, what's this? Oh, never mind. I'm gonna jump over
That
here.
is the refinery. The blue part is the overlook, which is where I thought we were gonna go.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. Yeah, I started it. Oh,
Okay.
we got company. I'm gonna go over to this part.
Okay.
Or no, I guess I'll go over to this side of the big building because
Okay.
I don't even know. Oh shit! I landed right on. It must be two.
Oh shit! I just found a gold
God damn.
shirt. I'm coming.
Oh, I couldn't get my shots off. There's a dude
Oh, shit.
executing me right
I'm
here.
coming. Oh, you motherfucker! You motherfucker!
Just do what you can.
Oh. I'm gonna show him how we do this shit.
This dude's got a flat line. He just looped my shit.
I don't have any shield cells. I do have the fast heal shirt. Make sure we don't forget about that. What? Motherfucker.
Come on, Shadiest.
Fuck! Fuck! What a waste of a gold shirt.
Yeah, that sucks. That kid was shooting okay. Oh, he only did 15. I could have sworn. Oh, you must have done most of the damage to that kid. I thought he downed a kid, and I thought he was shooting good, but like I saw him missing, but then the kid went down, and I was like, oh, it must just be lag.
Yeah, no,
but that was you
I
doing
did
the
100
work.
damage even.
Now I want Flaccid Tuna back. I don't know if I'll be on tomorrow night or not, because my brother-in-law is supposed to come up and finish painting my house. And he often gets up here kind of early, so I probably gotta, like, go. I always say this, some nights, you know, like, I can go to sleep. I don't have to stay up many hours between wake and sleep to go to sleep if I eat a meal and have a couple of drinks or something and sit in the chair. So I may or may not go to bed earlier, I don't know. But then if I get up and if I take a tiny nap and then start playing games, I stay up late as shit.
Yeah. Kim just texted me, because today I was supposed to take Opie to the, to where we rescued him from so they can clear him for his surgery so we can get them balls cut. And I called this morning and they didn't answer. And I waited a little bit and they didn't call back, and I emailed them, didn't hear anything back, so I called back again, and I left messages for them, and it was just a shit show, and get out of there, you motherfucker.
Yeah.
So anyway, tomorrow I gotta take him down to get him, to have them look at him, and I also have a doctor's appointment at like 11:45 or something, so ideally, I want to take him. I don't know where he pinged. I thought that. So I got to take him down at like 10 o'clock. Then we got to be there so they can like look at, because the clinic is only open 10 to 1, so I don't have time to like. But like I went over the weekend when it was 10 to 3, but they were closed because of short staffing. So like that's why I was trying to call them, because I don't want to drive down there for nothing. Damn. But they just like don't ever return your fucking phone calls. So yeah.
That sucks.
Okay, you got that stuff. There were bins over here. I'm gonna go check. Yeah, I got.
You got a gun.
But so I said all that to say this. Kim, since she just like woke up because of Opie and all that stuff, she just texted me and said, "You really should go to bed," because originally I was gonna like take her car, because it has air conditioning and runs much better and all that stuff. And so she was like, "Yeah, you really should go to bed if you're gonna be driving me to work in 5 hours." And it's like,
yeah, no problem.
Maybe I should. But I don't think.
Yeah,
I'm
no
going
problem.
to.
I mean, I could use something to eat. And,
I mean,
okay, well, whatever you decide there,
Yeah,
either way is fine. You know.
I don't want to. Oh, I just froze.
Dude, I just. Oh, me too.
Probably gonna
fuck.
get booted.
Yeah, me too. I'm doing the same thing. I don't know what's up.
There we go.
Yep. Code
Stop
net.
throwing in the fucking trash.
Sit.
You're not fucking hungry and you don't like guacamole. Cut it out. So I throw it in the trash, so he immediately goes right to the trash like that's what he's supposed to do. No. You need to sit down.
He's like, oh, he's throwing me a treat into the
it's-
treat
It's
bucket.
the treat bucket. That's where all the good stuff goes.
My nephew that's got a pit, he would like, you know, he was doing like whichever dog you were talking about the other day that would just, you know, gobble down
Yeah,
his
that's
food till he
okay.
puke or whatever. And yeah, and he got this little bowl for him that's got all these little channels in it, and like they can only put their nose down to it, and they have to like basically get their, you know, dry food up with their tongue or
Okay.
whatever. Like, so it forces them to slow down. The bowl is like a fucking little maze or some shit, and you just put the food in there, and they have to lick it out like an
Okay.
anteater. But I think it helped them. If that's ever, I don't know if that would help in your
It might.
situation or not. But, and I don't know if you feed them dry food
Yeah,
or
we
wet
feed
food
him
or
dry food.
what. But
He just, I don't know, like he is a garbage disposal, and he eats anything. I'm surprised that like he doesn't eat like non-edible stuff. He'll rip like toys apart and like spit the stuff out. Like he,
oh well, it's good
yeah,
that
he
he's spitting
swallows
it
some
out
of
anyway.
like the soft stuff because he like, can't get it out of his mouth. Like I watch him like trying to like lick it out, and then like I'll go over to like try to fish it out of his mouth, and it's gone. But like all the hard stuff, like we have like a little big tire. He just like tore up, like ripped pieces off, and just like spit them out. But like I dropped lettuce. I had a salad for lunch. I dropped lettuce on the floor, and he came over, and I'm thinking, there's no way you're gonna eat fucking lettuce. And he did.
You should name him Billy Goat or something. OP
I played
McBilly
with this
Goat.
dude earlier. I guess before you got on, me and Grim played with Zonated Terror. 100% I know I played with him. Our teammate
With
right
who-
Zonated.
What's his name?
now. Yeah.
Oh, this guy. Okay,
100% I know because there's a
that's neat.
show that I've been watching where there is there's like a gang that is the ZTs for zero tolerance, but it made me think of it when I saw it. So I definitely remember
What's that? What's that show?
Top Boy.
Is that like an
No,
anime
it's,
or something?
It's like they're like I guess Jamaican or like from the Bahamas. I think they're Jamaican. And it's like
Oh,
okay.
enemies over there.
Coming-
They're way away. They're way far away. I'm coming back
Okay.
to you. We might should loot more. I just got an Eva. But they're
yeah,
Jamaican,
so they're Jamaican
and they're
and they're it follows a couple different groups. Cut it out. And one's like so it took me a couple of episodes to like understand what was going on because of their accents. But once I did, I really liked it. So one's like a old school, older gang, or older, like he was like a legend back in the day or whatever. So alright, it starts with like one of the first scenes is there's like this young Jamaican dude like on vacation in Jamaica, but he lives in London, and he's on vacation with his girl, and he sees this dude, and they're at like a party, and he's like, oh yeah, what's up, dude, you're a legend, dude, can I get a picture? Like, he explains who this guy is to his girlfriend, and then did you just grapple?
no, there's an enemy somewhere around us on the
Okay.
roof, I think. Yep. I hit him for about 40 something. More. Hit him for more.
Did you jump up? He's back up to you?
He jumped back up. He jumped
Okay.
off over here now. Fuck is he?
He's over here. He's ziplining away. Get him for 23. He's
Hit him
down.
for 14. Damn, how much health is this fucker?
Nice. Anything good in that box?
Hell to the yizzle.
Okay.
Yeah. G7, B2020, heavy, light.
I'm like out of bounds. What?
Oh, I'm taking the lot. There's
Alright, I
only
got
10
the
rounds.
grenades.
Yeah, me too. Damn, I need some heals if we can. Oh shit.
No.
Was that you pinged that? Oh. Hell yeah,
Damn.
he got that guy down.
Oh, I could
Shit,
take that
no
anvil
heals.
receiver.
Damn, there's shit in that box, but
I'm just grabbing stuff so teammate doesn't get any. Just fuck him. Even though he got the kill.
yeah, I backed off the box. I just took some light rounds and backed off,
So
so
there's
he got
hammer
what he
point.
wanted, I'm
I
sure.
picked that up. Yeah, I don't have any health. I have shield cells.
We can probably find some. Oh shit, we got
Oh,
max
shit.
run. Oh my god. We gotta get the fuck out
Alright,
of
so I'll
here.
explain this while they're running. So it's, oh, there's a jump tower. No, it's not a jump tower, never mind.
Oh damn. I can set it's a zip line, but I gotta. This ain't the place to do it.
Agree.
I don't think.
So it's a couple different perspectives, but it's like basically about like the drug war in the streets of London, kind of. It's not like a full-blown war there, at least as far as I am. But one's like a younger squad who like he was part of some gang and the leader got like 15 years in prison. So the crew like doesn't have drugs, like they didn't, like the leader's the one like took care of everything and they sold the coke or whatever, but the leader like got it, so they had no connect, they had nothing. So like the connect comes out and says like we'll sell it to you, but it's like more expensive than like the other dude was getting it for. So like really they're in a tough spot. They can't really afford to do it. So the one dude like steps up and starts like takes the whatever, the Armenians out or whatever the hell they are, takes them out, lines up another connect, like kind of gets things moving for his crew, and then the other dude is like gets in a position where like his cousin in Jamaica
Oh, there's enemies down here.
gets kidnapped by like some drug lord, and he's told like he needs like X amount of dollars to get him, and if he does that he'll also like then like give him drugs and shit. So it's like they're both working for the same market.
There's enemies
Okay.
in the building, maybe. Hey, there's another
Okay.
zip line. Just follow me. Fuck. Oh, there's enemies in this fucking building. But
Yeah,
but they're
coming.
below us. They're below us. Oh shit.
Oh, there's another zip line. Oh, that goes the wrong way.
I'm throwing another zip.
Oh shit, yeah, I was on the wrong part of the roof. Like a dum-dum. But anyway, it's called Top Boy, and it's pretty good.
I'm trying to find some health. I hear
Sure.
somebody.
Yeah.
Pretty good. Yeah.
Oh shit, you just scared them. But Jesus out of me.
Bam. There's enemies around us somewhere. I got no health. Down, down.
Nice. There's no one?
Shit. Broke his shield.
I got him. You see if there's health in that box. Oh, there's no.
Another
You
dude
just
up
nailed
here.
it, both of us.
Last guy, last guy. Come on, Zone. Come earn your stripes, bitch.
Nice. Good shit. Oh, he's got a gold shield.
Oh,
Yeah, kill him.
yeah.
Don't let him get up.
Oh, this is a different squad.
No,
'cause
he's
you
got a
get
gold
auto in them.
res shield. Knock him. Come knock him. Knock him.
Oh,
Oh, yeah, there
there's
is.
somebody
He
else
just
though.
threw
I
his
hear
gas.
somebody else. He's trying to get me up. Oh. Good try, I guess, kid. I wasn't expecting him because I wasn't dead, so.
Yo, come here. If you go in this fucking trash one more goddamn time. No. Bad fucking dog. Don't lick me, bad dog. Don't lick me, bad dog. Bad dog.
You don't get to taste
No,
my salty
yeah, no, fuck
skin.
you.
Bad dog.
Get the fuck away from the trash can. I need like a 55-gallon drum or some shit, so he can't get to it. Or like hang the trash can from the wall or some shit.
Yeah,
You're a bad
that would be
fucking
funny.
dog. You're a bad dog. You are. You're a bad dog.
Got Dead Lou with us.
Oh no, Lou. What happened?
Giving up before he starts.
But.
I wonder if he's Dead Mike's brother or something.
One can only hope. I mean, it would be tough for his parents to have 2 dead kids, but not my problem.
You never want to
no.
outlive your kids.
Get the fuck down. Like, you need to just relax. Live on all fours. Ooh, that building. Is that the building we were just on? That looks really interesting.
Let's go for it.
Are you chewing my chair? What the fuck is wrong with you? Like, yeah, I think that.
Yeah, I guess this
Yeah.
is where we just were.
Oh, hostile just stole stuff from the bin and jumped off.
Oh, god damn you, stupid robot. Yeah, I got no gun yet.
This-
I was trying to grapple,
Oh,
but
there's
it
the
failed
guy who
miserably.
stole the gun from me. Oh, now I got a peacekeeper. Come get me, Gibby.
Damn.
Come fucking get me.
Where are the guns?
Wingman up here. I got a Spitfire I can give you. Somebody's in this building with me.
Got a 45. Oh, shit. Oh, this guy killed me. Here's a guy. I hurt him pretty bad. I'm just pinging him so you can...
Coming.
Our buddy is fighting him. Oh, no, that wasn't... That was somebody trying to execute. There's 2 dudes in there. You probably don't
I'm
want to
being
do
shot
it.
across the fucking street, so. Fuck, man, I'm down. God damn it.
Our guy is running towards you. Let's see what he does. Oh, that was weak as hell. Yeah, he's not... Yeah. He's not going to hit anything. Already did. He's literally shooting at the wall while the guy's like...
That
stuck behind
annoys
the
me
wall.
so much. I watch that happen a lot. It's like they start shooting and the person ducks and they just continue to empty their clip into the wall or into like.
Yeah, it's like
Yeah,
no
it's like,
control, you know.
I can see that he's not there anymore. Like, what are you shooting at?
It's like we award you no points and may God have mercy on your soul.
Like, what the fuck? Like, what the fuck, Opie? I'm actually gonna take this trash can out of here, get rid of this chip bag.
If you had taped a controller to Opie's paws, he would have done better than that kid. He would have survived longer anyway on the sticks. Yeah, maybe he could bite the trigger. Yeah. There's something good there. Out of the trash? Oh, garbage potatoes. Getting tempted by the foods.
For real, I've been thinking about that chicken farm ever since Grim ordered it. You know what I mean? So it's been hours now.
You're gonna wake up with like your stomach burn out.
Yeah,
from the fucking
probably.
tomato
Yeah,
sauce.
it killed me earlier. I was like, it was like a first or second game. All of a sudden, I was like getting a pain in my chest, like, and I could feel it in like my back. It was like straight through my body. It was rough.
Yeah, sometimes tomato stuff will tear you up,
It
man.
was killing me. Shut up, Opie. You need to just lay down. You're tired, just lay down. Alright, wherever you want to take us, Mr. Zero.
We should land there. Looks like fun.
Yeah, we'll try that.
He just wants to go to that giant
I guess.
icicle.
Ice thing. I'm assuming there's got to be some kind of shit
I mean,
around
it's
that thing. We might as well
Yeah,
jump
it's
there
called
just
the-
to see.
no,
Or
it's
you
called the
already know.
epicenter of the catastrophe, I guess. So
Oh,
it's
okay.
basically like an epic center. I would think that there's something cool. I just hit the icicle.
Right.
Oh, we have other squads here. Oh, he got that gun I didn't. Fuck me in the buttholes. Fuck me in the butt. Fuck me in the butt. Fuck me in the butt. Is it? Fuck, is it Gibraltar trying to chase me?
Oh, I hit him for about 100. Not
I
quite
mean, so
100.
far it seems like the loot's good. Had I been able
Come
to get
on,
some, there's a
teammate.
purple shield here.
Yeah, I saw 2 blue armors. Okay, so purple and 2 blues. Our teammate
Yeah.
had 2 guys on him.
I say we jump there again. That seemed like that was the spot to be.
Yeah. This next one might be my last one for the night.
Yeah.
Let me pee real quick. I'll be right back. I gotta have an empty bladder for this
Yes,
killing
sir.
shit.
Yeah, I agree. If this is a good game, last one. Sounds good. Oh, look, you have to get down. You have to get down, okay? Gotta get down, Pop. I know you just want to cuddle. We'll go to bed short, okay? One more game with our buddy Zero, and then we'll log off and we'll go to bed. I know you don't have anything soft to land because you fucking destroy everything. Everything. You destroy everything. You had a bed that I spent $40 on that you tore apart. You haven't even lived here for like 2 weeks. You've already tore apart 7 toys, your bed. I don't know, you probably were chewing on the metal cage, I don't fucking know. I don't know. Da 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 da. Stop chewing the fucking chair. You have a million fucking toys. Till the wheels fall off, till the wheels fall off, we gon' ride, till the wheels fall off, till the wheels fall off, till the wheels fall off. Till the wheels fall off, till the wheels fall off, till the wheels fall off. Welcome back. So yeah, if this is a good game, this will be my last game.
Yeah. You got any viewers on there?
They haven't said anything, but they're there supporting in silence, and I appreciate y'all.
That's what counts.
Yeah, I was just saying to Grim, like, some days seem like worse than others. I don't know if it's because I usually get people who like filter in on Facebook, and it's like my immediate people that would come in on Facebook are busy on Wednesdays, but like some days seem not as good as others, and Wednesday seems like one of those days. That's
yeah. But hey, man, I mean, that's one away from the average number of viewers you need.
yeah, that's true. That is true. Yeah, I mean, that's gonna be probably the hardest thing to get, is to get steady viewership. Because I feel like you can game the system in other ways, but like, even if you game the system, even if I had like 5 or 8 laptops, I mean, they all were different accounts, and I had them set up, and they were all watching me, I could get the affiliate, but like that doesn't really do me any good. You know what I mean? Because like, if I can't get people to come and watch me, even if it was just me that watched me with 8 laptops every day, financially that wouldn't be enough. I mean, it would probably be more work than it's worth it.
What happens when you become affiliate?
Are you sharing the commercial revenue? So like, they run commercials on Twitch before, when you first click the channel. So if somebody watches that, I get part of that, and I believe I can also
based on how many
I believe
viewers.
I can also get subscriptions, so that people can subscribe. So,
Right.
which like that helps, because I'm sure there's enough people out there that I know that have Twitch accounts or have Amazon accounts that don't know that Amazon owns Twitch, and they could just give me free money. Like, I'm sure most of Kim's extended family has that, and if I was able to drop that slyly at a
Amazon,
party,
yeah, probably.
they would probably just, oh, I didn't know I could do that. Okay, yeah, I'll give you whatever, $2 a month for free, because it costs them nothing.
I wouldn't even be sly about it. I'd be like,
Just walk
come on,
walk
bitch,
into a party, be
watch
like,
my
who's got Amazon? All right, let me tell you about this awesome way you can give me money.
shit. Yeah.
Yeah.
Prove your family.
Oh, Mozambique here.
You want me to make her? You want me to make Kim an honest woman?
Yeah.
Watch my stream.
I mean,
I'm just playing.
Shit. Whatever works.
Okay, yeah, so there's 50 fucking loot bins
Oh,
around
yeah.
this epicenter here. Okay.
Oh, there's a bunch of light ammo. I got some hammer points on my gun already. Oh, I do need to do stuff with sniper, so I'll take the scout.
Yeah, there. Here's this.
So I'm dropping the shotgun.
Yeah, I'm dropping light. Is there more?
There's gotta be
Is this a
more
building?
stuff. This is the epicenter of
Yeah,
where
yeah.
the stuff happened.
Oh, it's a truck.
I'd like to know
Yeah.
the background to this. Like what happened? Clearly this is probably like a geyser, like the other place has like one of those geysers. And it was probably, I don't really know.
Oh, there was like a geyser.
No,
in the
there's a
original map?
geyser on this map where we can like run and jump and like it boosts us in the air and we can like redeploy. I thought we did that.
Oh,
I did it with Grim. I thought you were here. Maybe
I
not.
don't remember. Yeah, I think it must have been Grim without me. I don't remember it.
I don't know what it looks like. I could spot it when we're in the air. I can't see it from just looking at the map. But yeah,
Yeah.
you just run in it, it shoots you in the air, and then you like redeploy like a jump balloon. So I assume it was something like that, and for some reason or another, it froze. I don't know. But I'd be interested to learn about this lore, like what. Because like I'm playing
Yeah.
Titanfall 2, sort of. Well, I am playing it, but like I'm not like sticking to it. Got somebody right there. I'm gonna send.
Yep, okay.
I'm gonna send my drone.
Wanna
real
push
quick.
'em?
Give us eyeballs because they went
Okay.
into that building where I pinged.
Oh, I thought he ran like
Nah,
outside.
it looked like a lifeline. Oh, there's somebody there.
Okay, kid, we
Oh,
understand.
and they're shooting at me. Alright, I'm gonna send my drone over there.
Yeah, I mean, you don't have to hit your fucking right button 20 times,
Right,
kid.
then that's so
It's
far
like-
from you guys. Like, it's not like
Yeah, oh,
it's not like we were in danger from them. I don't even see them.
yeah, I don't either.
Alright. Catching up to you guys.
We should probably go toward the skyscrapers because it's toward the
Okay.
circle.
Oh, there's a care package coming in over there. I don't know if we want to push it
Okay.
or what we want to do.
Sure, sure. I'll throw a zip along the tracks.
Are they saying an enemy? There's nobody up there.
Yeah. Maybe this is just like a little kid going crazy on his shoulder button. I don't know. No, that's not an enemy. I thought
I looked
I
with
saw
my
somebody.
scope, I didn't see anybody.
Gold star.
Laser.
Hostile down there.
Check. Yeah, go high.
Oh goddamn! Hit a kid for 46.
somebody over there and their squads coming up the tracks.
Oh, I got a Phoenix kit. I'm healing. Joe, there's cover up where I'm at. To your to your south.
Alright, I'm gonna send my drone out just to kind of give us.
Whoa! I just made a super long shot with the iron sight
I have like a 6x sight if you want.
on the triple take. Okay.
Oh, somebody's pushing
I
us?
might could use it in this moment. Okay,
Nice.
got him.
I just dropped it at your feet. Because even with that, I was no good sniping.
Yeah, if you see him, ping him.
Alright, bro. Okay, bro.
Shit.
Alright, bro. Okay.
I'm with you.
Okay,
I'm
bro.
with you. We get it. We get it.
I've grabbed syringes. There's not really much else in there.
Coming to recover
Yeah,
this
I'm
fucking
watching.
dumbass. Dude's in here. Almost killed one of them.
I'm burning them. Fuck. Nice. His teammate's probably gonna come through.
Crawl here.
Just got scanned by a thing. I gotta heal up.
Yep.
Shit.
Oh shit, he's right here. I hit him
Okay.
once with the triple take.
I'm 3 seconds from my Phoenix kit.
He's executing me. Get him.
Lay off my boy, bitch.
Oh no, I'm sorry, Joe. I thought he was vulnerable, you know, and you could get
Get
it. but-
off my boy, bitch.
Yeah, hell yeah.
Oh, our teammate. I should have got his banner.
We gotta
Teammate
get the
just
fuck out of
fucking-
here. See if we see any fucking. Come on. God damn, no heals. We're going to
Yeah, I
die.
got-
yeah, okay, heals. I'm gonna throw a zip line. I'm throwing this a zip.
Okay.
Emergency zip line protocol.
Alright. Yeah, I got some heals. So we can.
I got.
Alright, I got 10 syringes and a med kit, I think. I feel bad we didn't get teammates shit.
Nice. Yeah, it really hurts my balls. Maybe you should have been a fucking dumbass.
Well, I'm more concerned about your balls hurting now.
No, I would have liked to get his banner too, seriously, but. Oh, god damn, I hear more people. Oh, well, maybe that's you.
Here,
Maybe that's you.
I don't know if you need any of this stuff.
Oh, thanks. I got no lot, but
Okay.
I can take the.
Stop fucking biting the chair, dickhead.
Do you have any
Yeah.
shields? Oh hell yeah. Yeah, I would have liked to get that kid too, but hell, we were about to get fucked
Yeah.
by that storm. We would have
Yeah,
been
well, it
dead
actually
meat.
timed out while I was getting you up. So, like, I was getting you up so you could. Because one, you're more important than a fucking rando.
Yeah,
and
there's
two,
no way.
Stop fucking climbing on me, dog. Just stay down on all fours. Jesus Christ. And also, I'd rather get you up, and so there's another gun protecting us.
Yeah, yeah. He seems to have understood because he didn't
Yeah.
quit the game. So. Yeah, my sister has a pit that is real bad about wanting to get up on your face level all the time.
Yeah, he really, like, he wants to cuddle constantly. Like, when we lay in bed, like, he's right, like, in my shit. Like,
Oh, here's somebody right outside. We're about to be top 5 if we don't get killed.
I hear a zip line.
Oh, I hear somebody ziplining.
Probably from the roof. Do you need heavy or anything?
I could use a little. Oh yeah, I'll take the stuff on the floor is enough. Where the fuck is this guy?
I don't know. I hear him again.
Oh, zipping up somewhere.
Oh, drone's coming towards us. Drone's like right over there.
Okay. I'm getting back inside. Yeah.
It's right here. Just heard like a door open, it sounded like. Oh, over there. I probably shouldn't have shot.
You got any
yeah,
more
two
shields
more.
by chance? Thank you. Oh, somebody zipped over to the roof, I think.
Alright.
Maybe.
Oh, right here.
Above us too,
Alright, what's
maybe.
up, monkey? Yeah. Yeah, I don't
I
like
think they're on the
this.
roof.
I feel like we're.
I do not see him. Oh, yeah. Hey,
Okay.
get up here. I'll throw us a
I'm up
zip
here.
out of here.
We're on the street.
Oh shit. Oh shit. There we go.
Alright, nice. I kind of like this urban warfare shit.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
kind
we
of
just
cool.
got EMP.
Oh shit. EMP. Goddamn.
I didn't have any shields for them to take.
Yeah, and I'm out of them
here's-
too. If you see any, we can.
Here,
Well, you just take them if you see
Oh,
them.
wait. Stop that. And then, there.
Yeah, you heal first. You heal
Okay,
first.
grab that. I got
Here's
syringes. I'm good.
Syringes.
Oh wait, I only have 3 left.
Okay.
But I'm still okay.
You need here. Well, here's syringes.
Thank you. Oh shit. This is.
I've got 3 syringes
Okay.
myself. So. Damn, I wonder if I should
I
get
hear
a
that
white
drone
armor.
again.
I'm going to get a white
I'm
armor
gonna-
because they'll give me 2.
Gonna look for some more shit. We got people over there.
I hear footsteps. Yep.
Oh, there's a purple death box in there. Don't know what's in it though.
Do you have an EMP?
Yes, I do.
I hear people right close to us. I think they're on the other side of the wall we're against.
Yep, they're right here. They just destroyed it. They're right out there.
I hit a guy for
They're
22.
probably gonna come up on both sides of us, I feel.
Hit him. Oh god, I'm
Oh,
down.
yeah.
He stopped me. I
he
hit
got
him
me.
for some more though. Maybe you ought to run. I don't know. They're chasing you down. Here's a guy coming around that corner. Yeah, run if you can.
Yeah, I'm out like trout. A fucking water spout. Oh, they found me. Fuck.
Oh, good try, good try. You did all you could in that
Yeah, that
situation,
sucked.
shit. We're top 4.
Yeah, and look at that. 3 kills for the squad, and it was us.
Nice.
Fucking. I'm a done fat
Nice.
cat.
You were doing good, man. I mean, you were trying to heal, and then you pulled your gun out and almost hit him. You were far
Yeah, I
away
should
for an
have
auto.
pulled the scout out. But I really enjoyed like running through that urban landscape.
Yeah, it was kind of cool. It was cool. Yeah, dude, I want to play another, but
Yeah.
I better get off here, man. It's good. Does Monkey want to play? I'll
Okay.
play one game if Monkey wants to play. Like have
Yeah,
three of
yeah,
us.
because I was gonna get off too, so I'll do the same. So yeah, Monkey, you wanna join us for one game
All right.
to send off the stream? Monkey. Monkey, monkey, monkey. I don't know where he is.
Oh well. If you're really wanting to play one more, I'll play one more. Oh, there
Monkey,
he is.
monkey. Hey, hey, hey. He's back. What's up, buddy?
Hello.
Yeah, so we were.
I'm not well.
Well, we were actually going to get off. That was going to be our last game. But if you want to play, we'll play one more. Have a full squad for one good game. If you're up for it.
I don't think I've got it
Okay.
in for me.
All right.
Well,
Well-
yeah, you sound sick as shit. So. Yeah.
Yeah, I hope you get to feeling better.
Yeah. All right.
Cheers.
Well, yeah, I hope you feel better, Monkey.
Joe,
Zero.
like I
yeah.
said, yeah, I might be on tomorrow. I might not because I gotta get
Okay,
up
well,
early
yeah.
the next day. But
I'll be
But
on,
I'll be on soon.
10 to whatever. Actually, tomorrow I might be on earlier. I don't know. We'll see. I'm gonna play it by ear, but I'll definitely
Okay.
be on sometime.
well, yeah,
10 to
I
something.
may see you
yeah.
tomorrow, but
and if
soon,
not, I'll be
yeah.
on Friday. So yeah, we'll do this again
All right.
sometime. All right.
All right, cool.
Adios,
See you
Zero.
guys. See you, Mike. Hope you get feeling better.
See you later.
Yeah. Yeah. It sucks. You sound like you're super sick.
Yeah.
But yeah, because you said you weren't gonna be on this morning anyway. Is that because you're sick or?
Yeah, I know. Yeah. No, but I woke up this morning.
Like that kind of sick. That really sucks.
Yeah.
That is the fucking worst. I hate it.
Oh no.
Yeah, that's like,
Hey, I'll
yeah,
let you
man, I gotta
know.
get to bed. But well, hope you feel better. And then
Yeah.
whenever you're feeling up to it, like I told Zero, I'll be on streaming tomorrow and Friday. So if you're feeling up to it, you know what I mean, just hop in and we'll get some games.
Yeah.
All right, buddy.
I will.
I'll talk to you. So yeah.
Yeah.
Alright, so I want to give a big shout out, thank you to all you motherfuckers who came out. It wasn't a whole lot, but I do appreciate it. People who come out, whether it's Twitch, Facebook, Mixer, YouTube, whatever your platform of choice is. Cut it out. Cut it out. Stay out of there. This dog is bad as shit. He just does not listen. Come here, Opie. Come here. Come here. Yeah, come on. Come on around. All the way around. Come on. Don't sit by the screen. Come on up. Come on. Come on. Come on. All the way. And up. There you go. There you go. I'm taking my glasses off. No look at my face. No look at my face. We're just gonna look at the people. Stop looking at my face. Stop looking at my motherfucking face. Alright, so. Come on, stay on my lap. Stay on my lap. There you go. You can sit down, puppy. You could sit down. Sitting down would be. There, we'll just do this. There you go. That's better, right? So yeah, I want to say thank you to everybody that came out, whether it was Twitch, Mixer, Facebook, YouTube. We appreciate it, don't we, puppy? We appreciate it. I mean, whether you come out and chat or you don't do anything, you just watch, you lurk. I appreciate all of it. All the engagement on Instagram, on the Facebook posts, all that stuff. Any Zero Logic members watching this, there's a new shirt that we're working on. I need a final count before we go to print, so I can get a price on it. We're not making any money on it. The club's not making any money on it. Strictly just anybody in Zero Logic who wants a Zero Logic shirt. We're just doing it for cost of Gotta get the screen made, gotta get the shirts ordered. I mean, gotta pay the guy doing it. It'll be printed in Philly, and then I'll look up shipping to get it to you. And that's, I mean, you can also verify that. Look up what the shipping will cost. You know, so I'm not gouging on shipping, not ripping anybody off. I'm really not trying to make any money off it. I just would like a shirt for myself, and there's some of us that would also. So if you see this, you're interested, DM me, get at me on Discord or whatever, Facebook or Instagram. It's Mechanic on all socials except Twitter. Twitter is Mechanic G. But yeah, no, I appreciate everybody who comes out. Really means the world. It means everything to me. It could be anywhere on a Wednesday night, but you're here with me, or I mean, any night of the week. But yeah, so thank you very much. For those who don't come out or who